Thank you, Smiley, on the Noti Gang, Sunshine, Palmer, Gizmo. All right, sounds good, Smiley. Gamer Girl, how are you doing, Gamer Girl? Thank you for changing it, Sunshine. Thank you, thank you. I totally forgot. I'm trying to do 100 things at once right now. Enzo in the house. Enzo on the Noti Gang. Bubbles, Bubbles. What's up, Bubbles? Cooking dinner, so I won't be able to chat much. I'm here, though. Thank you, Bubbles Girl. How are you doing today, Bubbles? Okay, Sunshine. I'm working on getting with Gizmo here. Gizmo, Gizmo, are you out there still? I don't see you in Discord. Oh, shit. Um...
I apologize, but to help support the channel we are running ads, the Trashy-tastic channel will be running ads. I'm sorry for any inconvenience, but it is way to support the streamer for free.
All right. Thank you, everybody. J Flow, Real McQ, Puffer. Getting a couple things ready, guys. Getting a couple things ready. I never got any water either. Damn it. Okay. All right. Kim Static, welcome in, welcome in. Macy, how are you today? I don't even have my headset on yet. All right, there we go, there we go. Trans girl checking in on a taco truck. My thingy ain't working here. What's going on? What the hell? All right, there we go. All right, everybody. All right. I am working on Gizmo right now. Working on Gizmo. What we're doing is Gizmo is here to hang out. Bullshit. He is going to talk about Fear the Beard until Fear the Beard gets off of work, and then we're gonna do that. All right, that was not supposed to go off. Studio, just go. All right. Let's get out of there. Oh, there's Gizmo. Let's go over into here. Can you hear me, Gizmo?
I do. Yeah, hold on. Let me get the string. Yes, I hear you.
All right, let me pull up chat again. I think I missed a little bit on chat. Smoking Ops, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Madster, what's up, Madster? Sick Ping is here. Gotta eat, as I just got home, but don't be streaming the interview, but I won't. Oh, you're fine, Fear the Beard. All good, all good. Hello, Ward. Welcome in, welcome in. You look at this gizmo. Is your camera working or no?
Well, I keep on going to settings and I hit test and it shows up. I don't know how to keep it on. It keeps going off.
Oh, don't go to settings. Just go down to the bottom where our phone call is. And you have the disconnect button and stuff. And then all the way on the left there in the middle of the screen, there should be a little thing where you just click turn on camera. And then it'll let you test it to see what it's going to look like.
Oh, there's camera. Turn on. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Look at that handsome fella.
It's
Look
the
at
wrong.
that
It's the
handsome
wrong
fella.
beard though. The
Right.
wrong beard.
Right. That means, oh, I don't have the other monitor on. I can't take care of that real quick. That way I can move you over to the other one. It's easier if I switch. Okay, why did you shrink the shit down? Switch. I think I just messed it up, but don't tell nobody. Give me a second, guys. Technical difficulties, that's all. I think we're going with 2 monitors today. It's gonna mess up. It's gonna mess up the size of my picture that I set up and stuff, so I am not gonna do that. All right, we got Gizmo here with us, everybody. All is well, all is well. Good to see you, Ward. Good to see you. Gizmo, how are you doing today? Let's do a little sound check.
Doing great. Doing great. Other than it's hot.
Can you all hear Gizmo okay? Let me see, I can turn the desktop up a tad. You're kind of quiet.
Make it a little closer. Test 1, 2, 3.
Let me move this over. This.
You keep it on this screen, and I'm gonna have to pull out a fishing pole.
Right. Well, I figured, honestly speaking, I was trying to find a background. And I was trying and I was trying, and then I came to the conclusion that if I had a conversation with somebody and we sat and talked for hours, it would either be on the front porch or on the pier. One of the two. Depends what part of the country. Pier, dock, same thing.
Well, I'm digging the mountains on the other side, and then that cabin. Of course, that cabin means neighbors.
Here we go. So, let's start off. Gizmo, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself for people that don't know who you are? How long you're streaming, what you stream, when you stream, all that good stuff?
Okay.
There we go. You read it. Never mind,
So I think most of the people that I've seen in chat actually know me, but other than maybe Bullets Girl, because I just gave Bullets Girl a follow after you have prepped this week. So, but anyway, I recently retired, and I say recently, last December, after 30 years, almost 30 years in law enforcement, 25 of those years as a canine handler. So, streaming right now, because the gardens is in full swing and rebuilding my garage, I have been a little sporadic, and my daughter moved back home and her bed is right there. so I've kind of canceled my morning streams. So I try to fit in a Wednesday and Thursday stream at some point in time, and then maybe a pop-up stream on the weekend. And once the garage gets done, which we're getting there, and my streaming room's done, I will get back to a more normal schedule. But summertime I knew was always going to be tough just because everything going on. As far as what I stream, uh, Marbles, Fortnite, some IRLs. Once I get this garage done and get Wi-Fi back up there, there's going to be some IRL dog training type stuff, just simple tips that will help out your pet. So, or help your pet be a better friend. Maybe we'll put it that way. Or you be a better master, one or the other. So there's going to be some of that coming up.
Nice. Welcome in, Vortex. Welcome in. Super Wiki, welcome in. Sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, well, and see, I'm still waiting to win a Super Wiki bow to hang, behind me while I'm streaming. but no, so I've been streaming I hit my 1 year. My affiliate 1 year is next week. I really hope to do a 1 year affiliate stream from the garage, but I don't think that's going to happen. But I think it will happen within that 2 weeks of the anniversary, to do the special stream. So that's what I'm going to shoot for. I just need electricity out there and some stuff. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I brought you on to kind of help introduce Fear the Beard. If anybody doesn't know, Fear the Beard is a streamer on Twitch. He's in the networking community. If I'm correct, I want to ask him in a little bit, but he is a member of Crazy Crew, member of the Taco Truck. He's in many streams throughout the day. He even networks and supports people that aren't in the networking community to try to help to bring them into a stream. How did you meet Fear the Beard, Gizmo?
I met Fear the Beard and I don't remember the exact stream. So
Thank you for the tier 1 resub for that. Bam suckers.
Or Let's Go Betty. It's probably one of those.
Let me get rain on.
I didn't follow streamers that much. I just got on and played, and when I got into a squads league, that's when I kind of started following a few people. But the Twitch thing, I started after my Facebook got hacked. Is when I moved over to Twitch.
Same here.
And
I can relate.
yeah, so I totally left Facebook, altogether. And I was only following two streamers, maybe 3, 4 on Facebook. And my son's like, why don't you go over to Twitch? And my oldest son started streaming on Twitch at that time. But I met Fear the Beard. And again, it was one of those 2 streams, but I've actually been following, and I'm not sure how long Fear the Beard has been streaming on Twitch. I'm sure he's going to answer that tonight. But I've been following me for almost a year and a half, a year and 4 months. And we just developed a friendship, over time. So, he's almost always in my stream, and I'm almost always in his. And then, of course, some of the, the Discord channel chat back and forth, so we just have a lot in common.
Right.
Him being an avid hunter, and I was a very, very avid waterfowl hunter.
So the Discord channel you brought up, is that like a group of friends? Is it just like a group of people that hang out, or I know the answer to it, but is it a group of friends that hang out that's actually connected and became friends, or what you got going on there?
Yeah, it's a group of 7 or 8 of us that there's several text or messages, however you want to label that, throughout the day. Some of them are just good morning. Some of them are vacation photos. Some of them are what we're doing in real life at the moment, whether we're at a baseball game. So it's a group of streamers that I would say, have become friends and got to know each other more on a personal level outside of seeing you on camera
Hmm.
or on stream. So you kind of see the real person, outside of the streaming persona or whatever the terminology would be there.
Hmm. Have you done any events or anything with Fear the Beard on Twitch?
Yes, we did. Man, time flies. Was that 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago? We actually did a customs. It was a trio stream with Twitch Destro and Fear the Beard and myself. And we ran customs for, I guess, 3 hours a Saturday morning about 3 weeks ago, which was a lot of fun. We didn't win any games, but as a streamer, you're not going to win in customs most of the time.
Right.
But I thought it was a lot of fun. We had one squad or trio that won a lot of them in a row, which kind of frustrated some people. But again, since we were playing as a trio, we can't hardly say don't bring in your own trio. I do think running those customs are much funner as Phil's.
Hmm.
But anyway, I had a blast. I thought it was a great time.
Steve Tucker said, sorry, I think his son killed you a couple times, huh?
Yeah. And I'm all good with that, Steve Tucker. I was all good with it.
So, let's talk about networking and supporting as you see Fear the Beard. Do you see them all out in many chats you go to? Or?
Oh yeah, man, Fear the Beard is everywhere. I don't know how he does it, and with his job, I think he will end up saying he is a co-partner owning a business, but I don't know how he does it. Knowing the business he's in and how busy and unpredictable, people are going to show up. But
Thank you, Crocs, for the tier 1
I
gift
don't
sub
care
to
what stream I
Steve_Tucker.
go
You are
into
freaking awesome.
at some point in time, I am going to see Fear the Beard make some comments and chat, say hi to some people, and he's there. I mean, he is in channel after channel, no matter where you go. He's in more channels than I am right now this summer. That is for certain. He is a little bit of everywhere.
So honestly speaking, when you see Fear the Beard in chats, he's not only in chats, let's say it's evening, let's just say the day as a whole. When he's at work, he's dropping marbles in people's streams. When he's at home, he's hopping into streams, playing games with people, whether it's What the Dub, whether it's Fortnite, he's hopping in, he's showing the love. So he's not only a chatter, he's not only a lurker, he actually hops in streams and enjoys people.
Yes, absolutely. He can be streaming, and I know some streamers do this, but he can be streaming and pop over and drop a couple comments, in a channel.
Now I want to point this out. I know me and him are going to talk about it later. He also has a small baby.
Yes.
Which
yes.
People with a small baby, even if you ain't working, like a small baby consumes you. Like Fear the Beard knows how to grab that balance and just fit everything in somehow. Takes the kids on the boat, goes fishing. He has a small baby. Like it's really, really spectacular how he can actually pull everything off, which is why he was one of the first people that I wanted to get on.
Yeah.
Thank you for the tier 1 resub Wrenchbender 237. Wrench 19 high PE.
Well, this weekend. Was it this weekend?
Thank you, Wrenchbender. Thank you, Docs. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, he went this weekend.
Birthday was just. Yeah, his birthday was just. Her birthday, was it this weekend or the weekend before? Either way.
I don't know. It all runs together.
1 year old. 1 year old. I mean, daggone, if you're a parent, think about. And of course, for me, my youngest is 18 years old now, but having a 1 year old and all that entails, owning a business and then trying to stream and network, it's a full load. But you just got to prioritize, you know, what is what.
Mm-hmm. For sure, for sure. So,
Wrenchbender 237 lost their mind and just cheered 15
thank you,
bits.
Wrenchbender.
Corgo
Appreciate that.
15.
Appreciate that. So,
And they're calling us old, Trashy. They are calling us old.
now, you and Fear the Beard were both in Labs for Unity.
Yes.
Let's talk about your experience on Labs for Unity because we're going to be doing it again soon. How was your experience on Labs for Unity?
Oh, I think it was a blast. I think it was a blast. I wish more of the marblers or more of the communities of all the communities that we visited. And I can't remember everyone that was involved that first one. Obviously you, that girl Raya, Fear the Beard, myself,
Be extreme.
and Be Extreme. I wish more of everyone's communities would have got behind it and been there. But again, on a weekend, people
Doofy Games lost
are
their
busy
mind
on
and just
weekends.
cheered 100
I
bits.
totally understand.
Cheer
that.
100 choo choo.
But I thought it was a great
Chua Chua
experience.
Mother Trucker Hype Train is at
actually
level
had
1.
a lot of
Thank
fun
you.
with it.
Thank you guys for the hype train. Thank you. But still, the Labs for Unity was kind of just a racetrack of marbles, and you ran a race each stream and kind of just brought everybody together for a day.
Was that a question to me? Yeah. So Labs for Unity was something you put together, Trashy. But so every explanation play was against hate on Twitch. So, and we were just running the normal racetracks, so you would get in and we would run, was it a 50-lap race in the stream and then run some cleanups and then we would send it to the next streamer. And see, I have not had the discrimination or hate on Twitch yet, but I know several streamers, have experienced that hate, either because of, well, whatever, we won't get in, but some people have experienced that hate or being degraded or being belittled, for whatever reason. And that's what Lapse of Unity was about, is bringing awareness to the hatred on Twitch. Sometimes it's just because someone's more successful than you or whatever. But it could be whatever other reasons, and everyone knows what the other reasons could be. But no, I think it was great. And I think if Lapse for Unity, gets with a set schedule, like every even month on the second Saturday, or even if we do a weekday, every even month, and it's the second Wednesday of the month, I think it could gain some traction. People know a special event is coming, at that point in time.
Makes sense. Such a fine
Thank
gentleman
you,
with
son.
great values. Right, I hope today's going on. I got my full 100% finished yesterday. Went for a dip earlier, and it was amazing. Let's keep it lately. Been nice. Yeah, I think it's been hot everywhere right now. A little bit about you, Gizmo. You're an outside person.
The hype train is going
Speaking
strong
of-
at level 2. Thank you, Crocs, for the tier 1 gift sub to Steenadp. You are freaking awesome.
Thank you, Docs. You're an outside person. Has it been hot where you are?
Oh yeah. That's, well, we were playing last night and I called it quits early. I still actually slept into about 8:30, but I had to get out and pick the corn, the tomatoes, and do all that before it got hot. We're in the 90s all week. I think tomorrow's 96. Uh, Thursday's 98. Heat indexes are supposed to be in the 105s, 106s
That is
with
hot.
heat index. And it stays through Sunday. And then we get a cool wave. It's only going to be 90 next Monday. So,
Gotcha.
but the humidity drops. So it'll be closer to a true 90 next week.
So, Fear the Beard's member of Taco Truck. You're a member of Taco Truck too?
Correct.
And what is your experience with the Taco Truck?
I think it's been great. You know, it started out gangbusters. Of course, there was less of us, so it was easier to get in more of the streams. And now there's, you know, watching, or at least listening, watching and listening to Michael Ford play today. There's 340-ish. And I know I'm not following everyone in the Taco Truck. Sorry, Johnny, but I just not there. You know, I try to catch them organically, more so. You know, I do click on the Taco Truck team every now and then. I was like, oh, I don't know who this person is, but it's summertime, and you know, my supporting this summer. Again, I had to set back with the garage fire, but so my supporting has been less than what I expected. I knew summers were going to be tough, but my supporting has unfortunately been a lot more tabbing than what I would like to do. You know, a lot more tabbing rather than engaging in chat. Other than, again, I get into, in your term, the homies. I get into the homie streams much more. So anyway,
Fox needs a lesson on whispers. Them old folks in technology.
well, you know, that's the thing. I think I have a lot of Twitch down and OBS, but I still have to reach out to you guys every now and then for stuff. I'm getting there just because I had so many OBS issues when I first started. And then the crashes, but I'm kind of getting it down now a little bit more.
Yeah, the reason I asked is I want to get each person this week is from a different community, and I want to keep moving forward with this and pulling in different communities so people can start to really. I know some of the people are going to be intertwined as I'm Taco Truck and SB certified and Bangers and Mash. You know, we're going to have people that are in multiples of them, and but I want to really highlight these stream teams that are bringing people together. Whether it's Bullets Fam, whether it's Taco Truck, whether it's 40 Fam, these are all great communities bringing people together. Welcome in Majestic. My wife is here.
Yeah. So the Taco Truck, I still from. You know, Taco Truck is the only official thing I'm on. I believe I'm SB certified. I don't think I'm on the stream team because I didn't submit an application or whatever. But I did get a rate from SB, and that is because Johnny gave me the golden ticket that he had. And that was shortly after I met Johnny. I'm not even sure when Johnny gifted me that golden ticket. I think he was still in his partner push at that time. But you know, the Taco Truck. So I know this is Fear the Beard, but I will just mention this. I found Johnny the Taco I searched Fortnite Customs, and that's how I found it. I had the Sunday off, and of course, whenever I'm still working in law enforcement, I work most weekends. And I just searched Fortnite Customs tag.
Holy shit, a hype train just ended at 1% through level 2 and had 2 crazy people participating.
You know, was there each week. But
Thank
no,
you
the
guys
Taco
for the hype train. Sorry, Gizmo, go ahead.
No. Absolutely. So, but you know, the Taco Truck shows up. I mean, if when I go through and I look at Stream Elements. In all honesty, I'm going to say 3/4 of my top 100 or 150 are Taco Truck members or streamers. And that's pretty consistent. And then I have my, 10 or 15, 20, followers that supported me even before the Taco Truck existed. And they're always there. But yeah, as far as stream teams, again, I can't speak for other stream teams just because I'm not a member, but the Taco Truck does pull up. They do pull up. They may not be in your stream if you stream for 3 hours, they may be only in the stream for 45 minutes, but they pull up, they chat, and they're there to support.
Speaking of, so I have in the channel point. You guys, they're hooked up now. You guys can check in. I'm going to be adding more stream teams. It was on the fly here before I started the stream, so I got a couple of popular ones up there that I'm kind of affiliated with. If you guys want to check in, show your love for stream team, appreciate it. There is also a channel point there for you guys to ask questions, so you guys can ask questions before Fear the Beard gets here. You guys can feel free to ask Gizmo questions too. So, honestly speaking, Gizmo, I want to touch on this because when I bring you on late next time, I don't want to have to. We're gonna it wind up spending a lot of time. Tell us about your garage fire and the impact it had on you. What you were doing before the garage fire. You had the garage fire. What happened after the garage fire?
Wow, it still gets me that night. So I retired. November 30th was my last day. You touched a chord there.
I did. I apologize, but I think it's important for people to see that it's not always running through the meadows, throwing roses over your back and running to each stream, that life does get in the way.
Yeah, so the garage fire. All right, so I retired November 30th. Had that awesome retirement stream December 1st. And of course, then, doing the Christmas stuff like everyone does in December. Well, the day after Christmas, December 26th, is when so I had just fried some fish out in the garage. I know it wasn't the fish fryer. Fire department never determined whether it was electrical or whether it was the space heater. But here in southern Indiana, over that Christmas holiday, we were in negative temperatures, -20 wind chills. And of course, I can only imagine you up where you're at and Fear the Beard up where he's at, how cold it was. But it was, I want to say December 26th was like a Tuesday night. Well, wait, my streaming schedule was different. Either way, it was one of my streaming days. So I had just got a new PlayStation like a week prior to that. And I had been upgrading my stream because I started with the PlayStation 4 with no camera, went to a camera, and then right close to retirement, I bought the laptop, started streaming through the laptop, and so on. But I upgraded to a PlayStation 5. I owned the PlayStation 5 for a total of 10 days before it burned. But anyway, I did have all the gaming setup, streaming setup turned on. So whether it was a space heater or whether it was electrical, it started in that area, but they were in the same area. But, just devastating. Luckily, no dog was in the garage because one of my dogs hangs out in the garage with me all the time. The only reason he wasn't in there is because I cooked fish and I took him down to the kennel. Just so he wouldn't bother me while we're cooking fish. and want to eat some of what I took out of the deep fryer. But yeah, I mean, it was a total loss. And so, here's kind of the, well, I don't want to say the tragic thing because it's, again, lost all the tools, all the hunting and fishing gear and all that kind of stuff. But it was Christmas time. So everything that hung on our walls in the house was in the garage because the Christmas decorations were hanging on the walls.
Hmm.
So the family photos. And then this is just something, well, and probably the worst item, and it's worse for my wife, but my father-in-law's military casket flag was in the garage instead of in the house. And that's something you can't replace.
Right.
The flag that was on his casket when he was buried or during his viewing. But we had just got a new entertainment center, and our new entertainment center was smaller. And I was like, let's worry about this after Christmas. So I put everything in a Rubbermaid tub. It was out in the garage. So all of the family videos and, VHS tapes and CDs and stuff were all in the garage, which are never there. So we lost more than just the garage and tools and hunting and fishing gear. We lost some of those personal memories, which some of them miraculously we end up getting back, uh, which is a lesson. Make some, well, at this point, it was, since the DVDs are behind me, I had given my mom several of these that she put in the lockbox at the bank in her lockbox. And so we were able to recover a lot of the videos and stuff that we lost. So keep stuff in separate places. And now still going through and itemizing personal losses. Take your phone and walk through your house and video stuff, because the insurance company is going to want proof that you actually owned stuff. So take photos, take videos. So not just your house, but your garage, your shed, whatever. Because it has been painstaking, to what you have to go through, to claim what you have lost.
Sunshine, are the notifications for Discord going through the stream? Because I hear them going off quite a bit. I have them on streamer mode, so they shouldn't be, but... Yes? Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna shut your camera off for 1 second, Gizmo, while I go into all my settings. You can still hear me, right, Gizmo?
Yes. Yeah.
It's still going off.
I did not hear it that time. If one just went off.
Yeah, and one just went off again. Do you guys still hear it or no? Sunshine?
See, I am not hearing it. I was hearing him earlier,
Yes,
but
she
the
is.
last two I did not hear.
Um... Yeah, we went through and put streamer mode. Anytime my OBS is on, it's supposed to mute all notifications, but it's not doing it. I see that. All right, here we go. All right, I think I just got all the sounds taken off. The only ones that are left on is the actual voice call. I think we're good now. I don't think they'll go off anymore, guys. Let's bring Gizmo back up here. Let's bring Gizmo back and let him finish so he can tell us about the rebuilding. But honestly speaking, all of your networking, supporting anything that you did with streaming was in the garage.
Oh yes, yes, and probably one of the things streaming wise. So yeah, lost the 3 monitors, the new laptop, the PlayStation 5, the older PlayStation 4. All of that was there. But one of the most important things that I thought and it's not important, but I was keeping a raid list. I was keeping a raid list of everyone that I had ever raided, and then as well as keeping a list of people that raided me. And of course that burned up. And again, just a lot of stuff. All three of so my canine memorabilia wall was in the garage. So there was several, it's just stuff you can't replace, several national awards. The prized possession that I lost was my first partner's canine harness that had tracked 392 people to apprehension. Several of them were murderers and so on. And that was hanging out there. And all I really wanted was the ring at the end of the harness and the snap. And it was gone. The only thing that survived was 2 buckles that are on the side of the harness. But yeah, just a lot of stuff. But yes, the whole streaming setup was in the garage. And for those that stream and know what they have spent on that stuff, that's a lot. Especially building it up and and then just restarting from scratch, redoing OBS, redoing, all of that stuff. But I will say this, the outpouring from the Twitch community, and my wife still says it today. She goes, "You handled it way better than I ever thought you would." And she goes, "You did because of the Twitch community reaching out, sending whispers. I done some IRL streams, kind of on my streaming schedule nights, just on my phone, sitting in the house or whatever." And so, yeah, the Twitch community, the followers I had at that time, of course, we've grown since then. It was amazing. It was really amazing.
Local Savage, welcome in. Thank you for being 100% honest. I know it's hard for you, Gizmo. I appreciate that a lot. Let's see if anybody has.
See, I haven't talked about it for a while.
Right.
It's bringing up
I hit that sore
that
spot.
stuff. Yeah. Because lately it's all been talking about the rebuilding process, which we're in there. you know, in that process. So
You guys, as I posted in there, feel free to ask questions with the channel point redeem. I'm clearing some of this stuff right now.
but no, Sunshine asked about the rebuilding, and of course, Sunshine is seeing some of the pictures, and I was working on my stream today. I didn't get to that point. I'm bringing back the telehunting and fishing story.
Okay.
So I worked on that today, and then I worked on a few other things, and I can't do a sound alert out of a video, so I'm going to have to record it. But the rebuilding process, we have the shell up, the shell of the garage is there, and I have layer 1. Well, I'm going to say 7/8 because they keep on running out of the foam board that I'm putting up because it is a pole barn. So I'm running foam board, which is a R value 7.5 in between the, well, not studs, stringers, in between the stringers between poles. And then the streaming room is completely framed in. And basically we keep getting rain. And when I say rain, we're getting heavy thunderstorms like every other day. So I just have not rented the Ditch Witch to run electricity yet. So I need to get electricity out there and run electric in the streaming room, put up the insulation, because we all know these computers don't want to be hot. So, and then I need to get the HVAC system in for the streaming room.
You know, you could do one of them like solar powered like hamster wheels, and I bet you could ship Sunshine in and she would run on the wheel every time you needed to stream.
That's quite the idea, but man, I don't know if I can afford the shipping in.
Right.
that's got to be expensive.
Let's I actually have a question for you. The question is, let's scroll down on me, sorry. What was your biggest failure that made you almost quit streaming, but you pushed through and glad you did?
Wow. Did you ask a question or is it in chat?
It's in chat. They used channel point for it.
What was your biggest failure that you made? You know,
Grinky lost their mind and
I
just
know.
cheered 16 bits. Cheer 16, I love you lol.
I don't feel
Thank
that
you,
I've
thank you,
had.
GB.
I honestly, I am almost a glass is always full type person, more than half full. I don't feel that I've had that failure yet. You know, I'm only a year in. July 20th was the first time I hit the go live on the PlayStation 4.
Mhm.
So I'm only a year in, but I don't feel that I've had a failure that I've had to push through. Now, has there been a stream or two that's like, whoa, there's only 9 people here or whatever? But I haven't felt like I've had a failure that I had to push through yet. And maybe that's odd or unique or just my positive
Welcome to the
attitude.
stream
I
Pinwheel
don't
6. We are a community of
I don't
supportive
know. I
people
just
and
feel
would love
like
for
I
you
haven't
to
had
introduce
what I
yourself and let us know if
consider
you stream.
a failure yet. Now, I will say that retirement stream, when you guys broke my stream and it was delaying, I was like, this is embarrassing, type deal. But, no one's going to complain about it. Level 17 hype train.
I mean, we could talk about
And
the
your
first
stream.
time you tried to run marbles.
Yeah, I'm
Didn't
trying
go
to think
real
what-
well.
I'm trying to think what happened there. Did it keep on freezing? I can't remember what happened.
I don't remember if you couldn't get it on the screen or it kept freezing, but like we messed with it for a good 2 hours, I think, and said to give up. We're going back to
Yeah.
regular stream.
Well, and I don't know. I mean, obviously that's a failure, but it's nothing that I felt like I had to, that was going to make me quit streaming or so. I mean, that's a great question, but I honestly don't feel like I've had a failure that was almost made me quit streaming, which was how the question is worded. You know, the biggest thing for me right now about streaming is I'm just outdoors and it's just hard right now, to even support, especially on weekends because my phone, because we are next to the second largest lake in Indiana and the largest campground in Indiana. When I walk out to the garden, I lose streams or whatever. Now it'll be better once I get to the fiber ran out to the garage because I will go ahead and put in a router there and it reaches to the garden. But it's just tough right now. With I'm an outdoor person when it hits summertime. Well, I'm an outdoor person in the fall. But I can get into streams while I'm sitting in a deer stand.
I remember you being in my stream when you were in the deer stand, for sure.
Yeah. Well, and I don't get in deer stand. I'm old enough. I hunt off the ground now. I sit on the ground, but I can be out hunting. Now the property down the road that I do a lot of hunting at, there's no signal in a lot of places on that property. But when I hunt another place close to town, I mean, literally close to town, it's almost in town. I have a great signal there, so I can get into streams and actually sit there and chat while I'm hunting.
That's pretty cool, actually. But a lot of people won't do that.
And well, hunting is one of those things. There's some old timers that I'm friends with. One who's an outdoor writer. He'd be going, leave your phone in your pocket. Only have it in case you have an emergency. You're out hunting,
Right.
And he's not wrong. He is not wrong there. But I do it, at my whim. It's like, all right, I'm sitting and watching the birds and a lot of places I hunt, I'm watching deer and I wait to shoot until I'm ready. And that could be, shortly before dark or whatever. Because a lot of times, if I haven't done the buck, I'm going to sit and watch 15 does all day long, hoping the buck comes along. So, can I get some deer jerky?
So
I'm going to have to follow Pat's advice, and I'm going to have to start a business out of this garage with smoked foods and jerky.
I don't want to say it, but I introduced y'all to Fourth Wall, and y'all can sell your own stuff. You could sell us some smoked cheese and stuff too,
I could do that. I couldn't do jerky. It's illegal to sell in Indiana. You can't sell wild game in Indiana.
Well, don't sell it. Just give it away. Jeez.
Well, that you can. Just give it away. Someone ought to write a song about that.
Can I get the hunting with the longbow you made needs to be streamed. Gotcha.
Oh,
Look
it
at
does.
Super Wiki wanting you to put his bow on stream.
Oh, I would put it on. I would hunt. I have not hunted traditional archery. Of course, I lost all of my archery equipment. So the one bow that I bought in 1992, a PSE Mach 4.
Don't know Super Wiki.
I tell you what, I bet you well, I'm not going to be politically correct. So I killed probably 50-ish deer with that bow. Now, I hadn't hunted with it in the last 3 or 4 years because I've had both shoulders operated on now. And so I went to a crossbow. Super Wiki's going to go, that's cheap. But I did go to a crossbow. A handful of, when I got my right shoulder, which was my drawing arm, when I got it operated on, I was like, okay, it's time for a crossbow. And that's why I hunt off the ground. When I bow hunted, I still primarily went up in a tree stand with a traditional bow or compound bow. But yeah, so I'm a crossbow hunter now.
Gotcha. So they're saying that the noise is still in the background of my mic, so I think I'm gonna have to maybe
Well,
try to switch mics.
my daughter's got some company, so I don't know if they're hearing voices because
No,
they just
it's
got a little
she's
lab
probably
downstairs.
talking about let's try. I'd like
Depends
to
on
get
your
it
store.
fixed before Feared Beard comes in, you know. Let's do the
Oh, I could pull back 40 pounds. I can still pull back 75 pounds on that compound bow Super Wiki. But Super Wiki, I have not been able to get in there, so I'm going to have to spend money to get tickets for this bow.
Is that better, Sunshine? I do have fans high on the computer too. What is your best hunting trophy, Gizmo? What is your best hunting trophy?
Yeah, there was another question before that. Steve Tucker, I think, redeems the challenge points.
When will the next stream be?
It is going to be tomorrow. But I'm going to tell you, Steve, I think my normals, I've been consistent on Wednesday nights at 8:30. But since Trashy is doing the podcast, I'm going to throw up a late morning, early afternoon stream tomorrow. So Steve Tucker, tomorrow will be a stream. And of course, the new season of Marvel started. So I don't know what it's going to be, whether it's going to be Fortnite, Marbles, or maybe a combination of both. I'm not sure, but it will be tomorrow. And I'm thinking around 10 a.m. that we'll play it by ear.
Sorry. Checking a couple messages, seeing how Fear the Beard's rolling along. He is eating dinner, you guys. He just got off of work. That's why we're kind of chilling with Gizmo and trying to give him a little bit of time, you know.
Well, Sunshine, the best hunting trophy. It is. I think you were in my.
Oh, okay. Okay, Fear the
Chris,
Beard, don't
I
rush.
think you were in my Christmas stream. I guess it depends on how you define trophy. Because in all honesty, my kids' first kills of whatever species they were hunting, whether it was turkey, deer, squirrel, those are my best trophies.
Mm-hmm.
My personal best trophy, I shared that. Well, since I have the hunting and fishing redemption or tell the story back on, you'll end up seeing it at some point because Sunshine, you're always in the stream. But it was an 11-point deer with a super wide rack, and on my stream I could show it right now.
Right.
But that's my. I don't want to say it was a neat hunt because I just went there to hunt to kill 2 antlerless deer or 2 does. And I had already done that. And I was sitting back, the gun was unloaded, and I was just scouting for my son who was going to hunt later on that week. And when it came out, I just couldn't turn it down. So
Did you read Pat's comment?
So hold on. Be ready in 5. Okay. Gizmo is more entertaining. So taking my time.
So Palmer asked earlier about the sewing machine. He wants to know when you're going to do a sewing machine stream.
This is. Hold on. I'm trying to think of it. Yeah. This is an antique. This was actually my wife's All right, so it's my wife's grandma. So all of our kids, great grandma. And of course, she lived within 10 days of being 101. But so this is an antique. It doesn't even work. And we actually have another one over there on the other side of the room. So this, I have not sewn since high school. Well, junior high. Since junior high, and I put this in Palmer Stream. I believe it's Palmer Stream. Sewing on the patches on the Boy Scout, Cub Scout uniforms. That's the last time I sewed. And then, of course, with our uniforms, since I was in law enforcement 30 years, we had the sewn on patches, and if they would start coming undone, I used liquid stitch. I didn't sew. Just went and got the glue, if you want to call it that. So I have not sewn for years.
Nice.
Okay.
Uh-oh, we have Michael Fortplay coming in with his taco truck love raid.
Let's go.
Welcome in, everybody from Michael Fortplay. Welcome in. Anybody doesn't know, Michael Fortplay is doing a 27-hour stream where he is highlighting many people from the taco truck. I think he's doing 50 to 100 people in the taco truck. There it is right there. Hi, I'm Michael Fortplay. I'm a networking streamer, member of the taco truck. I'm spending today Taco Tuesday. Just scrolled on me. Stopping in to show support to many taco members as possible. I'm bringing a few of my friends in my community to show support as well. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your stream. I am Trashy-tastic. I'm a variety streamer. I can do anything from podcasts to marbles on stream to playing some Fortnite to just breaking out a chat interactive game and having fun. I try to mix it up. I know a lot of people in Michael's community does know me, but I'm a networking and supporting streamer. I do show up in people's stream and show them support. I feel it's essential on Twitch for us to support each other. So if you want to, send me a whisper with your schedule and I will pull up on your stream and come and check you out. That is a great question, Santos Empire. You go around the networking communities and you make yourself be seen. Once many people on the taco truck really start seeing you a lot, eventually you will get a invitation to be a member of the taco truck, but you have to prove that you are a relentless supporter. And I emphasize the word relentless because it's relentless. Johnny really analyzes each person before he sends an invitation to him. And I think we're in ad breaks. Looks like we hit some ads. Yes, you do have to be relentless to be on the taco truck. Welcome in, Javier. Welcome in. Junior Skills, welcome in. Craven, welcome in. What were you going to say, Gizmo? To that effect?
Well, I got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
How do you know that your chat is in an ad break?
I have a notification that comes up. It lets me know 10 minutes ahead of time, and then it tells me when it actually starts.
How do you set that up? Because that's a question that I think a lot of people would like to know.
I could show it on stream, actually, one day.
I think that is a learning thing. I mean, I have mine set at minimum, and I have mine set for that 30 seconds as soon as you come in, just to get it over with.
Well, the reason I went with ads, honestly speaking, okay, I need the extra money because the wife's not at work, but I was watching on the wife's account because I've been testing things out on the stream and stuff, so I've been running her account off to the side. And with the new ad policy and the new Twitch Turbo, they are actually just installing ads. If you only run pre-rolls, they're still slipping ads in your stream, and you're not getting no revenue from them, and your people are having to watch them anyways. So, I mean, you could go a whole stream that they don't put none in, or you could have a stream that they actually put 3 in. And the one stream that I had, they actually put 10 minutes of ads in. So I was very upset about that my viewers got 10 minutes of ads in one spot. So that's when I incorporated the ads. But it is in the Twitch dashboard. Welcome in, Liam. Welcome in.
Okay. I'll have to go check it out again because I
Yeah.
don't get the alerts, so I don't know when people are in ads and not in ads, and that would be, as a streamer, I think that would be important to know, especially like if they redeem
Can I go to my friend's
the tell hunting or fishing story.
Yes, Mom, please.
You know, it would be nice to know, because if it's the person that redeemed it, I don't want him to hit an ad and miss the story. Although
Right.
my stories go on for a long time. So
Would you, this is a question you can reply. I don't know what you have going on. I don't know if you've punched, would you like to stick around with Fear the Beard and help with the interview, or did you want
Yeah,
to get off?
no, I'll sit in the background. I do need to take a restroom break, but
Mhm.
I will sit around the background. I'll let you run the show.
Well, I was gonna do a
Right.
network VOD so we could get Fear the Beard set up and everything, and the camera and all that. So let's go ahead and we can do that. If you want to hop in Discord, Fear the Beard, and I will do a little be right back video for you guys.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gizmo. You are free to go.
But I'll stick around. I'll do a follow-up question or two.
Actually, that's got copyright shit on it. Oh well, I ain't worried about it.
I just mute it. Well, they're going to mute that section anyway.
Yep. Yeah, I ain't worried about it. Alright. Let me... Are you a member of the Discord, Beer to Beer? Hey sir, thanks for everything you do. I need to go build a string and get ready for dinner. I can't. Okay. And there is Fear the Beard there.
My video working or no?
Oh, wow, your mic's a lot louder than Gizmo's.
I'll back.
It's white
But-
on my screen right now.
How do I change that? How do I change? I don't know how to do that.
You might have to go to the top
I don't know how to do
and do, or actually go to the settings next to where you got your phone thing, and then you can go to video and voices and make sure it's on the right camera.
It is. I just checked. It is on the right one. Show my camera on.
It might be connected to OBS. You might have to actually unplug the camera and plug it back in so Discord can pick it up. I've had that happen before. You got to, don't fear the beard. Don't fear the beard.
Or unplug it till. It's weird. It should be working. Let me go back here. So I did it with Palmer before, and it seemed to be fine. Let's see. It's on the video. It's showing everything is working. I'm looking at like the test video right now. It says video is on.
The easiest fix would be to go. Did you do the test the video? Oh. Hold on a minute. Okay, go ahead and hop out and hop back in. I changed your role. It might be blocking you in the Discord. I got it down, Gizmo, because we were talking. Yeah, just hop out of the voice channel and then we can actually hop into gaming, and then I'll hop into that one with you, and then we'll see what it does.
So seductive. I take you to the candy shop. I let you lick
I put you back in streaming.
girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. No, he popped out.
come on. I take you to the candy shop. Candy shop. Candy shop. Candy shop. Candy shop. I take you to the candy shop.
Right. Oh, okay.
I take you to the
It does work in the other one? Okay, we'll just come over to that one. Sorry. Actually, here. You can just stay here. Let's go. And it's all white now. It's all white.
I take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you hit the spot.
Your mic is really quiet, Gizmo. Oh, there it is. Did you really do that? Did you really do that? Wow. Wow, chat. Wow. Okay, chat. We're heading back now. Let me set up the cameras. Let me get this camera he has cropped out, because, you know, we can't do this. No. All right. No, I want to get, no, you're fine. I think it's hilarious. No, I want to crop me out of the thing. I just want to do you guys this. Yeah, I got it on studio mode. I'm working on one scene while the other one's up. No, I bet she didn't. Here we go. Let's stop there.
I take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop.
All right, I think it's perfect. I think we are ready to studio mode there. I think we are ready to go. Who is that in the background? Who's that in the background? The beard. I'm just home, run to see everyone before bed. Sounds good, Sunlight. Thank you for being here. Draknor, thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys a lot. Give that a few minutes. They get audio stuff worked out. Yep. All right, everybody, welcome in. Anybody that just got here, this is Fear the Beard here. In the center is K9 Gizmo. Gizmo introduced him. Gizmo's going to kind of help me out a little bit and help interview Fear the Beard. We're both good friends of his, so I don't know who's in the camera with Fear the Beard. I'm thinking that's his mistress or something. I am not sure, but Fear the Beard, tell us a little bit about yourself. When do you stream? What do you stream?
So I stream Tuesday nights and Thursday nights, right around about 8:30 Eastern. And Tuesday nights I stick to marbles on stream. Thursdays I do Fortnite, usually with subs and VIPs. I do an occasional Friday. It really depends on how work goes and and what's going on Saturday. And then I'll do different kind of variety stuff of like What the Dub, Quiplash games, usually on Friday nights. And then Sunday morning at 10 a.m., I do Fortnite. And every once in a while, the marbles overnight races on Saturday nights, but it's just kind of dependent, same thing on, if family's got stuff going on or, what the agenda is. So.
Hold on 1 second. They said your mic's kind of loud, so I'm going to see if I can turn it down a little bit here.
I could back it up too.
You go ahead if you can. That way I don't have to mess with shit.
It was loud on my end. I turned down.
Should be better now.
Yeah, you're real quiet, Gizmo. You might have to eat your mic, Gizmo, to match him.
Well, it was actually about the same, Pat, or Fear the Beard.
Wow, it's like 3 feet away. Hold on. How about now?
No, same
Seems
thing.
like the same volume.
Better now?
Same.
Maybe a skosh.
Okay. I don't know
She's
why
got
this
that
thing is
deep
picking it up so
voice.
much.
Okay, Sun Sunlight said your voice is charming. Don't worry about it. Oh. All right. Yeah, I got mine far away too. I keep getting this background noise. It's been the month for audio issues for so many of me and my friends. Like, we need to get a DJ in here and work on all our streams.
Thank you, Sunlight.
All right, got you guys in there. I don't have to blow that up then because you guys are perfect size. Okay, so you explained yourself. Okay, I got lost there for a second. What's your story? What brought you to Twitch? What brought you to streaming?
So it's been probably, and I can get bad with time trying to like go back. I always say like, oh yeah, a few years ago, and it's 10 years ago, but it was probably 3.5-ish years ago. Well, it was at the beginning of COVID. And at the beginning of COVID, kind of, like everybody was doing, you're kind of in the house and bored, kind of looking for something to do. And my oldest, we kind of debated about getting an Xbox, and so I thought, oh, well, I'll get an Xbox, and got an Xbox. And next thing you know, kind of talked to a couple buddies, and they played Fortnite. And I had no idea that they did, but they kind of got me into Fortnite and stuff like that, which was probably not a good idea, but a good idea, because Fortnite is addicting. So kind of played with them, on and off. Fortnite, I think Chapter 2, Season 2 is when I started, about midway through the season. And kind of got involved with Fortnite there with them, and then kind of somehow got into the streaming world on Facebook. Probably just because, on social media a lot on Facebook, at that age I was on a little bit more. And kind of farted around, watching some different streamers because I thought, oh, this is kind of cool. People stream. I think my first follow was Devasaurus because I played Call of Duty a little bit kind of there too. And then Kingslayer was shortly after that on Facebook. A lot of people obviously know Kingslayer. And then I found Newt to Newt. And Newt to Newt is a 50s gamer. He had a big community on Facebook. I would say at one point he got to like 31,000 followers and a very active chat, 100 plus people in chat. And he did customs. and he streamed at nights, 3 o'clock at night, in the afternoon and the night, and then he did customs on the weekend. And the customs were, I mean, 100 person lobbies in minutes or less. Sometimes it'd go over and I'd have to kick people. It was some of the best customs I think I've ever played on Facebook. And that's how I met a ton of people. It was soon after that he asked me to be a moderator for his channel, so I ended up being a mod. And that was being a mod for a very active, big channel, chat flying, customs flying, trolls left and right, and a lot of responsibilities as a moderator. Well, I did that for about 2.5 years, but within those 2.5 years, I'm pretty sure that's probably how I met Gizmo, IHOC Nation, Let's Go Buddy. I mean, a Swando, a ton of those guys are how I all met is through basically Newt to Newt, Lady Liss, Beef, Instant Beef, all those people. They were all the customs and all part of Newt's community. So anyways, I kind of met everybody slowly through Facebook that way. And then from there, he kind of switched to Twitch. And then I started getting into Twitch. And then he did some swapping back and forth on platforms. But then all of a sudden, I had people asking me, you should try streaming. You talk to a lot of people and, and this and that, and seem like a person that likes to talk way too much. You should try it once. And I'm like, well, what the heck with it, and so I decided I was going to give it a try. And I talked to Newt, and he said, hey, man, no problem. He had half dozen mods or so. He's like, give it a whirl. And I had amazing support off the get-go. I started on Twitch. That's where I was at a year and maybe 4 months ago, I'm guessing. And that's when I started. And I had amazing support from the get-go from a lot of the people I met through the moderating community. A lot of different people that I used to talk with and stuff. So that's kind of how I got started.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So why'd you choose Twitch over Facebook if most of your peeps were on Facebook?
So I have a few reasons. For one, I don't really like the tied in name on Facebook, with your name and all your accessibility right there. You know what I mean? Like, I comment as my name on a stream, on a streamer. People can look up my name for a while there on Facebook before they change it. You could click on there and go to their profile and look at their whole life history right there. And I didn't like that. And I liked what Twitch had to offer with the emotes and a lot of the different stuff. Their affiliate program was easier to reach too on Twitch, and so I kind of said, well, you know what, I'm going to start there. That seems to be, I just like the way it was set up,
So what's your favorite part of streaming?
I would say, honestly, favorite part of streaming is when I hit that live button, talking to people and communicating with people on the basis of, you've got a lot of your community that comes in a lot, and you get new people that come in and stuff like that. But I like just being able to talk to people and chit chat, and while I'm gaming, have fun, share the laughs with the people in chat. You know what I mean? It just that kind of the bond between, everything that has to do with it,
Gotcha. So you think we should keep breaking the ice, Gizmo, or do you think we should just make them get in deep?
Now, Palmer's got a question there.
Yeah, I was going to hold off. I was going to let a couple questions bank up because some of the questions might pertain to the question list that I have, and then we can kind of cancel out. Because if I kind of got everything categorized, kind of some basic questions to get to know Pat, basic questions about him, about streaming. Then I want to really get to know Pat. Then I want to talk about networking and supporting and kind of work in a category type process so we don't leave nothing out. I really want these podcasts to be ways for people to connect with somebody, because we can't really connect when we're playing a game. Like, I could be in Pat's stream and I play in his stream, I talk in his chat, but I never got to know Pat until I started messaging Pat and talking to Pat and actually doing things outside of me streaming and him streaming. Same thing goes for Gizmo, you know. So I feel that these are going to be a real good way to get to know people. So I don't want to miss out on a whole bunch. What are you working on right now? What are you working on that has to do with streaming and what do you have anything new? Do you trying to mix things up? What is Pat working on when it comes to streaming right now?
So I've tried to come up with a more, consistent schedule, but I feel like I've been pretty good on my scheduled days that I have, and being on time for those streams. I guess I was trying to kind of find the happy balance of I enjoy marbles and I enjoy Fortnite. And I was trying to find a happy balance of how I can balance the two games out on the right times. You know what I mean? On the right times where it makes the most sense for, viewership for people that, want to hang out and stuff like that, and have that consistent schedule so people know, oh, he's doing marbles on Tuesday, or oh, he's doing Fortnite on Thursday, and I know, and I've heard, a few different people in chat kind of say, they get confused, like, or they'll message me on Facebook or Discord and say, are you doing marbles this Tuesday? Or are you doing Fortnite? Because they don't quite have it down. So I'm trying to set that more in stone as to what my schedule is going to be, and update that on socials and things like that. That's probably the scheduling aspect. I don't really think I'm going to introduce any much more for like games or anything like that at this point. There was some talk about maybe Farming Simulator every now and then, because I used to do that quite a while ago. But that's kind of what I'm working on now, is having a consistent schedule, in trying to brainstorm outside the box different things I can maybe add into my streams that people enjoy, or that has appeal or interest them, catches their attention, maybe, per se.
Do you feel you have different viewers when you run different games?
I do, and I think my main community or core community of people, from what I've seen with stats and different things, talking to you before too, and is there no matter what game I play. With marbles, you tend to get a different community of people that can be grinders per se that'll pop in, or people that may have noticed some of the maps I built and they pop in and they'll play marbles. But if I play Fortnite, there's a very good chance, other than maybe a few of them, a handful or something, that they won't show up for like a Fortnite stream. You know what I mean?
It does make sense. It does make sense. What is one thing that Pat's always wanted to do in life,
In the stream?
in the IRL? What is one thing, even if it's got to do with streaming, what is one thing Pat's always wanted to do that he is gonna try to find a way to do?
Oh boy, in real life, man, there's so many different things that go through my head that I'd love to do, whether it's hunting or just nature in general. I would love to go at some point in my life, and this is, I mean, there's other things that I'd like to do too, but I'd love to go with my family to Alaska at some point for and I'm talking like 2 weeks,
Right.
something like that in Alaska.
So honestly
I'd love to do that.
speaking, when I worked at the steel mill, there was a group of 5 of us, and every year one of our vacations was all 5 of us getting dropped off from the ferry, and we were in the wilderness for 7 days, and it was nothing but hunting and fishing, and it was the time of my life. The time of my life.
Yeah.
I will never forget it.
Well, I would like to ask
Yeah.
Pat. I mean, he's touching on it now, but hobbies. I think I know a lot of Fear the Beard's hobbies, but he kind of preluded to some of it in some of the previous answers. So I think some of his favorite hobbies would be good to throw in.
Yeah, so I'll kind of go as the seasons go. Winter, I still do waterfowl hunting in the winter. That goes actually in through January to beginning of February. Up until this past year, I snow plowed for like 13 years. So that took up a lot of my winter because we get a lot of snow where we're at in Michigan. So between that and that was my winter. In the spring, I do what's called wood duck nesting boxes. And we did it actually. Me and my dad ran the biggest wood duck nesting box operation in the state of Michigan for a long time. He did it for a little over 30 years, and I've done it since I was probably 16. So whatever that is, probably right around close to 20, 18 to 20 years probably. And we did it for the DNR for a while. And the DNR made some changes, but we used to ban them legally and everything. But we house about 100 wood duck nesting boxes, which basically the head wood ducks, it provides a place for them to nest their eggs that is safe away from predators and things like that, which puts more ducks in the world.
Is that something you guys funded? Because I know they have an organization that does donations, and then it's a group of people that really get into doing it here. Is that something you guys just did and funded yourself and went at it?
It kind of so it's pure voluntary. There was never any payment, but there's a hunting club that I've been on the board with for a while called Macatawa Bay Waterfowlers, which is a division of Michigan Duck Hunters Association, and we're actually they help like me and my dad, like if we need a screwdriver or ladder or shavings or the different things we need to help maintain them, they reimburse us for it. And that's part of the club that they obviously with what it does for conservation, that's what the club focuses on. So they're willing to help out with that. But that always took up a lot of time because, that's probably, that starts, I would say, we banned it all through April into early May, but we started cleaning them usually right in about the middle of March, middle of March.
That's an icebreaker.
And then after that, there's turkey hunting, which I know Gizmo does too. So then there's turkey hunting, literally that almost like overlaps into each other. Turkey hunting, and then after that in the summer, I do some fishing. Not as much as I used to, obviously, with busy life. You can only get out so much, but boat rides, fishing, that sort of stuff. And then in the fall, I'm back into hunting again, into waterfowl hunting and a little bit of fishing and stuff like that too. So that's pretty much my hobbies.
Gotcha.
And family, obviously. Busy
Well,
life with family.
sure.
But
What is Pat's favorite place in the world?
favorite place in the world. Not necessarily that I could be. So different.
You want to go? What's
Oh,
the
okay,
favorite
so
place in the world?
oh man, that's a big question.
I didn't
in the
say I
world.
was going to make it easy.
Man, if I could move my family out to like South Dakota or somewhere in that area, that'd be a lot of fun. Realistically speaking, it wouldn't happen, but that would be ideal situation.
Mm-hmm. Welcome in, Derek. Welcome in. A lot of people love South Dakota. I have never been, so I cannot say. Gizmo, you been to South Dakota?
I have not, but when I was a huge waterfowl hunter, I always wanted to go to the prairie pothole region to waterfowl hunt.
Go ahead and pull your mic a little bit closer, Gizmo. You're still kind of quiet. I want everybody to be able to hear you.
No, I have not been to South Dakota, but whenever I was a huge waterfowl hunter, I wanted to go there to hunt the South Dakota prairie pothole region. I hear it's outstanding waterfowl hunting.
I have heard that too.
And it's just great country. I guess that's besides even the hunting standpoint. Like I know a few buddies that live there that I'm in contact with through the waterfowl world, and they send me pictures, and just the country and some of the rolling hills and the areas there are just really, it's a really cool area. It's a really cool country out there.
Okay, now I'm going to ask this. Feel free to pass on it and we'll move to something else. But if you want to tell us a little bit about you, family, amount of kids, things like that, what you do for a living, anything that you could shed light on chat to understand you more.
Yeah, so I'm 42 and live in Michigan, on the west side of Michigan. Have a wife, and then have 4 kids. All 4 of them are from the ages of almost 11 in a month to almost 8 in a month, 6 in October. And then our little baby, Elsie, just turned 1 here. That was about 9 days ago. So I've worked at the same place now for 20 years. I've only ever actually had, realistically, I think like 4 jobs in my life. Where I'm at now, I've been there for 20 years. Before that, I sold Nextel cell phones. If you ever remember the Nextel walkie-talkie cell phones, I sold those for about 5 years. And that was literally right out of high school. And then in high school, I worked for Quality Car Wash, and then I did co-op through the high school, which is a local car wash. And then prior to that, I worked at a turkey farm, and then I did like kind of some side work with roofing, and that was like kind of like between that like 15 and 18 mark right in there before I went to the Nextel part of it. So
Hey, but all us old folks remember the Nextels. Couldn't do a job without a chirp chirp.
you got the old person in the restaurant, and all of a sudden their phone just goes off, and there's like a contractor starts talking to them, and it's all loud. Yeah, Nextels.
So, since we kind of got a basis of the family you have, a nice sized family, a pretty demanding job, why don't you tell us about your day? Like, what IRL's like, how you fit Twitch in, what do you do on an average day? How does an average day usually roll for you?
So get up usually, I don't know, about 6:30, and hop, take a shower, all that good stuff, and usually to work by 7:15 to 7:30, and we open at 7:30, and the technicians start at 8. So, and to add on to kind of that story you said, back in October, I actually was fortunate enough to become a business owner of my job with another tech that I've known for a long time that has worked by us. So it's a co-ownership now with him. So that was back in October. So basically, once I get to work, it's checking in customers. I deal with about everything. I'm not a mechanic. But I deal with the scheduling of all the customers, taking the phone calls for the customers, putting the vehicle estimates together for all the customers, telling the technicians what to do, advertising, helping the customers when they pick up their vehicles, helping the customers when they drop off the keys, all the social media stuff that's done online throughout our website, and then responsibilities of an owner for all the technicians and watching over them, checking in parts, ordering parts. All that sort of stuff is what I'm responsible for. And usually, do you want me to get into streaming,
how do you fit in streaming?
Okay.
How do you fit in networking and supporting? Like, what's the average day of Pat? How do you do it? How do you freaking do it?
So that's kind of what I do. I in the morning, I usually I have, several, core, streamers or people that I know really well or that I've known for a long time that stream on and off. I'm also a moderator for a few different Twitch streams. So in the morning, I might have, that on top of the fact they're people I normally watch anyways, but I try to do my best as a moderator for their channels too. And so I'll watch some of those core streamers and then pull up my computer, and I'll usually have, I'd say between 10 to 12 different tabs up on my main computer. My cell phone I always have on, and that's where I have my audio for that one particular streamer I can have audio for. And then my tabs might be a couple marblers, 2 or 3 marbles that I'll kind of play in on and off because it's very easy to skip and hit an emote. You know what I mean, Trey? You just hit an emote and you can hit play. You can hit an emote. It's very simple. And then I'll have the other ones that I'll have pulled up. And the thing with it is I try my best to not tab people. Like just tab them and not say anything. I'll talk, I'll go in and I'll chat with little person here. Good morning, how's it going? And I'll kind of chat and I'll go to the, kind of go back and forth, and I'll come back to them, and I'll kind of like lurk chat, I'll do my best with my time throughout the day to try to check in and see how things are going and watch them on my computer and my phone. So while I'm doing everything else, on lunchtime, obviously I take a lunch. A lot of time lunches are spent for me quiet. And the main reason being is I'm on the phone and I'm dealing with people 10 hours a day, all day. And at lunchtime, it's time to just chill. I might have a stream pulled up on my cell phone, somewhere, whether it's at the gas station, it's in a parking lot, just chilling in my truck, but it's quiet time. Because as soon as I get home at 6:15, I've got 4 kids that are hyper running off the damn walls and ready for dinner and eating dinner and going crazy. So that I got to focus, obviously with my family and stuff like that from there. And a lot of times I'll go to my computer right when I get home, my gaming computer, and I'll refresh my tabs, pull up my different stuff, see who's on, chat a little bit if I can here and there, and then eat dinner and stuff like that. And then I'll go back to my computer again on the days that I, obviously I'm not doing one of my hobbies that I mentioned, which could be what I'm doing at night. And then I'll kind of get on the computer here and I'll talk to people. I'll, play with people on Fortnite, whether it's, you guys or whoever's on. And I try to spread the love with a lot of different people throughout the community if I can, through Fortnite and stuff like that. And then go to bed. So that's kind of, that kind of explains how I network the best of my abilities with the time I have, I guess.
So you don't only just hop into streams, you play with people, you drop marbles in streams, you try to be as interactive as possible when you can be interactive, but you're also a person. I want to emphasize this because I emphasize this with Death Dealer too, is you have a job and you do support when you're at work, and there is times that you're lurking, you can hear, but you can't chat. Am I correct?
Yep. Yeah, because I don't have audio on my work PC. So I'll find the time sometimes on my cell phone to be like, oh, this is important. So I'll swap over to this streamer on my cell phone, where I have audio, and kind of go back and forth and stuff like that. But I do my best to try to be active in chatting in their chats as well, versus just like throwing them up and then just not say anything. That's kind of a whole different, discussion, but it's just one of those where I try my best to be active in there. I don't want to be just that guy that's in the background,
I like to emphasize that because there are a lot of debates on the amount of chatters and chats, and I've always been a firm believer, whatever number you have, you're only going to have 10% of those chatters. No matter how much you try to get everybody talking, you're never going to have a full viewership to be chatters. Thank you, Bullets Girl. Have a wonderful night. Looking forward to Thursday. Actually, let's take a break for a second. I want to point this out. Bullets Girl did remind me. Tomorrow we have Doofy Games. On Thursday, it's going to be Bullets Girl, and we are going to be highlighting the Bullet Fam networking community. So feel free to show back up tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, or Thursday on 6 p.m. Eastern. Friday is still up in the air. I'm trying to plan something really big, but it's just not working out in my favor. So I don't know if Friday is going to happen or not. So, Fear the Beard. So you do all that. How do you wind down at the end of the night? And then I want to ask a question along with it, because I want to ask each person that comes in here, how many times a week do you fall asleep watching somebody stream on your phone?
So, I mean, to wind down, after the kids roll in bed, which is usually, I would say this time of the year when they don't have school, between, 9 and 10, typically when they'll fall asleep. A lot of times I'll have streamers pulled up on my PC, and I'll kind of chill and watch different streams, kind of browse around, talk to people, play Fortnite, or play marbles, if people aren't always playing Fortnite, or I'll network, I'll simply just pull up people's streams and I'll talk to them in streams and see how they're doing, chit chat, that sort of stuff. Or I build marbles tracks, that's everything I enjoy doing too, is I enjoy building marbles tracks, because I can do that on my one screen and I can watch what's going on the other one. So I don't watch a lot of TV. And some people find that weird, but I hardly watch that much TV. I hardly am up to date with the news or what's going on in the world. And I don't really pay much attention to TV. And I kind of play my focus with, right now, a lot of times during the week with streaming and that sort of stuff at nighttime. What was the second question you said?
How many times a night? How many times a week do you fall asleep with somebody stream on your phone?
Oh yeah. I would say it's between Steeler's Dad, which is pretty common. I have to Gizmo before too, because Gizmo's had a few that have been a little bit later during the week. And Wolf Bowling, which he streams really late sometimes too. I would say probably at least 2 nights, maybe 3 a week. I usually fall asleep. Whether the phone is on the charger because I can't take it anymore and I got to go to sleep, or it falls on the side of the bed or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Gizmo, do you have any get to know Pat kind of questions, icebreaker questions before we move to some personal questions?
Well, I'll just go back to one of Palmer's questions that he redeemed, I think, some challenge points for way back when. And it was, what made you decide to grow the beard, Pat? And why should we fear it? And that's actually a Palmer question.
I was actually looking for that question, and it's actually not in the queue.
Yeah, he may not have redeemed.
Oh, no, it is. I tried to make it show up in the queue, so it should be. Oh, they all should be there.
So I'm sure a lot of people have heard of, Duck Dynasty back in the day, which wasn't really, I guess, the reason that I grew the beard. But if I had $1 for every person that came out to me and said, "Hey, you know that Duck Dynasty guy? You grow a beard because he did?" I'm like, no, just don't talk to me, because that's not why. But I've had a beard. I had a goatee forever. I've had a goatee since right out of high school. I've had a beard I've never actually taken it off, I think now, for at least 10 years.
So it just comes right off? It's like Velcro, or?
Well, where I've shaved it off.
Okay.
Yeah. Not like wax it. I would never wax it off. But, shave it off. So, but I mean, realistically, the last, I would say 20 years, I've had a beard. It's just different times I've taken it down a little lower and stuff like that. But I don't know. I've always liked the beard, and with the hunting, it keeps me warm in the winter. Everybody says, does it itch? And it's it did when I first started growing it. But once you grow it, you really don't think about it anymore. It just kind of yeah, exactly. So, but I don't know. I got kind of a baby face too. So the hair just kind of blended in and covered stuff up and felt good.
Makes sense. Welcome in, Bo. Welcome in.
The second part is, why should Palmer fear it?
Mm-hmm.
Why should Palmer fear it?
Well, that was the question. Why?
Yeah.
Fear it? Why should we fear the beard?
Well, I guess that's more, and that's where I got the Fear of the Beard from, is from Duck Dynasty, because that was one of their quotes that they had. I don't know if you remember, Cy Robertson was Fear the Beard, and they had it on different mugs and different stuff. So, but I kind of like the name. I guess when I made it, I was playing Fortnite all the time, and it was kind of like, all right, you're playing a game against other people. Fear the Beard. He's going to take you out with a heavy sniper or whatever. That was kind of the impression with it, I guess. But realistically, I think I'm a pretty nice guy. So I guess Palmer really doesn't have to fear the beard.
Palmer does not have to fear the beard. Sunshine asked, "What kind of jugs? Favorite jugs?" Laughs out loud. You got favorite jugs, or you just love them all? What?
I tried to mix it up on the channel a little bit, because I had the little bit more, how would you call it, a little bit more thick woman, which is good, which is nice. And then I had a little bit of a skinnier one, and then I had a few people get on me like, you can't put the skinny girl in there. We need one that's a little bit bigger. Okay, so we went with a little bit bigger again. So, but I mean, if you get a nice voluptuous set that's just kind of hanging there, it's good. It's good vibes, good stuff.
So would you say that not you're known for jugs in your stream, but when people get there, they look forward to spamming your jugs commands?
I think there's some people that do. I think there's some people that do enjoy it. And I think that if I took it away, I would get. Well, it didn't work one stream, and people said they're going to start a riot, and this place is broken, and they're getting all over my shit. So, I think it's a nice kind of fun addition. You know what I mean? And I don't want people to think like, oh, this dude's a weirdo, like he's got women all over his stream. Like, not that at all. I'm just trying to add like fun little things like that to the stream that just kind of make people laugh and have a good time. So,
Good afternoon, Mr. Evening, Misty. So let's ask some personal questions about you. Do you have any pets?
no, not currently.
Lucky you. Lucky you.
Don't have any room.
Don't have any room. What's Pat's favorite movie of all time?
I would probably, man, there's so many good ones. I'm a comedy person. I'm probably going to go with Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber. Nice. And just so everybody knows, I was going to get a hold of Pat, and we were actually going to do the Jugs command, and I was going to alter it a little bit, and I just ran out of time today. But yes, we were going to troll Pat like he's trolling me with the face behind him. He was going to be... I was going to have a Jugs command for the stream, but it didn't work out for me. I kind of had a really, really rough day.
With Dumb and Dumber as your favorite movie, Nice Hooters, is that where you got the jugs from?
I did not know. I did not get them from there. No. But that is a good quote, though. The owls, they're fabulous.
So is Pat an only child, or does Pat have siblings?
2 younger sisters.
2 younger sisters, so you are the older brother.
Yep, I'm the oldest. Yep.
Did you grow up in Michigan, or that was an adulthood thing?
Literally, I have not moved more than 15 miles from where I was born.
Oh, okay.
So, yep, lived in this city my whole life.
So, hold on, let me move down here. I don't want to ask them stupid questions. I had some, but I want to skip over those. Let's ask you, I asked this to Deaf Dealer. I like this question. Do you have any fears or phobias?
And fears or phobias. I'm claustrophobic for one. I'm not very good in tight places. Um, and I fear heights, not good with heights from that standpoint. Went to the rainforest when I was in 7th grade for a school trip. And we were in, where is it, Peru? And we were up in the canopies, how they have all those canopy, like, you go from, I mean, it's really cool. You're way up in the trees. You go from like all these stairs and the canopies, and holy shit, was I scared. Like, it was fun, but I mean, it's, I'm not much for heights as far as that goes. But as
Right.
far as like animals and things like that, I don't really say I have much of a fear from that standpoint. Like, more respect than anything, but not necessarily a fear.
Gotcha.
But
That does actually make a lot of sense for me. If since we did phobias and fears, do you have any pet peeves? Anything that kind of irritates the shit out of Pat?
oh man, drama. I'm not much for drama. And you know, I mean, if I went with my job, I could think of all kinds of pet peeves, but I'm not going to get into all that sort of stuff. But um, I would say drama. Just the news, the hate, a lot of that sort of stuff, which is one of the reasons that I don't watch a lot of the news and the TV and stuff. It just, that sort of stuff just drives me nuts. Like, makes me want to just go run out in the outdoors and just sit out in the outdoors and read a book in the peace and quiet. But I would say just that sort of stuff. I don't really have any super pet peeves when it comes to that. I mean, there's some stuff in the streaming world, but it's, you know, it's nothing. I mean, that would begin into a whole different topic, but
Go ahead.
Do you read books? Since you mentioned you wanted to go outdoors and read a book to get away from drama, do you read books?
I do a little bit. I do a little bit Gizmo, more kind of like off like my phone, you know, different stuff on my phone when it's in regards to like books and stuff. My dad is a huge reader, and it's going to be down my path because I do enjoy it. It just, with my hectic life, it's hard to find a lot of time to be able to read books, you know. But he actually gets into a lot of retired conservation officer books. He has an absolute ton of them, and that's what he loves to read about. So,
Favorite book? Favorite book?
so
Do you have a favorite book?
I would have to say Wild Goose Jack by Jack Miner is probably one of my favorite ones. It's the original book that Jack Miner posted up in Canada, who started the conservation system for waterfowl. I'm sure you've heard of him, Gizmo. And Wild Goose Jack explains his whole life and how he raised geese and how he protected them and how he cared for them to the point where they would come to him for shelter. And he started the whole conservation and also actively, you know, supporting hunters too. You know, he wasn't, you know, against it or anything either. But I actually did my senior year, I believe it was, I did a story on that. I read the book and then did like my review or story of the book per se. But I really like that book.
Good. That is pretty cool. Do you have any hidden talents or anything?
Nothing really crazy. When I was younger, I'll kind of make a long story short, but when I was younger, like 5, 6 in there, I had the braces like Forrest Gump did on his legs. My legs were born weak, and I had the full brace supports on my legs. So when I got a little older, you know, I think I had them on for like a couple years. And when I got a little older, they said to my parents that when you outgrow them, your legs are going to be stronger than someone that's 2 or 3 years older than you. You know, that, or they're going to be as strong as, you know. So like when I was in like 7th grade, I could dunk a basketball in a hoop. And I think I still have high jump and long jump records at my elementary school. I actually high jumped like 6 feet over my height when I was in middle school. And so like sports wise, I always was really, athletic until senior year. I did travel team soccer. And then senior year, I found out women and booze and things like that. And then, the whole, that part went out. So I would say like, I was athletic my whole life until a few years after high school. And I played softball and all that too, like Def Dealer did. And I did tournament softball and all that sort of stuff too, as well. Right out of high school for a few years, but no really hidden talents. Those are just kind of like different things that I guess I did that I thought I was always active in sports and stuff.
This is a question for Gizmo and Fear the Beard. Is Becky the Throat Goat a good book or no?
I don't even know.
Johnny
what
says
that
it's the
book is.
best book of all time. So
I
want
read
your
it.
guys' opinion. Is Becky the Throat Goat the best book of all time?
I read it, and I read the comment. I've never read the book. I've never heard of the
I'm
book.
not thinking it's really a book.
But that's coming from somebody who puts ketchup on a taco.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
for what it's
That
worth.
is true. What's with all these beard stocks? What is up with all these beards? I think this is more on the lines of the Three Stooges just hanging out. Us three together can get really dumb sometimes.
Well, did you see my comment? This could be if we had it could be a Twitch first ever, a triple beard stroke live on stream. It may not have happened.
Did Def Dealer? I think Def Dealer put that in chat a little while ago. I read that. What about a triple beard stroke?
He said it would be epic.
That would be epic.
Damn.
Triple beard stroke.
Can you make fart sounds with your hands and armpits, Pat?
Can I make? I haven't tried that in so long. I suppose if I really tried, I probably could, but I have not tried. Nope.
So if anybody doesn't know, Fear the Beard does have a Channel Point Redemption in his chat that he does stroke the beard, but I am actually going to tell you to go and check him out if you want to see his sensual beard stroke. You're going to have to go and check him out. Sunshine, you know what? Do a Twitch shout out, please, for Fear the Beard, and then we'll do one for Gizmo here in a little bit. Welcome in, Sarah. Welcome in. Anybody that's just coming in, we are doing a networking podcast. We are talking with Gizmo and Fear the Beard today. Gizmo's helping me with the interview, and Fear the Beard is the one that, I'm sorry if I call him Pat, but we actually got on a real good friendship basis, so I just automatically call him Pat all the time now. But Fear the Beard is our guest, and we are asking him questions about the streamer Pat, the human Pat, the father, the husband, the struggles, the highlights. We wanna get to know Fear the Beard. Oh, you think stroking the beard is essential to ending the stream? By all of us. Ooh, got you. So, have you ever had a job you hated? Since you talked about the few jobs you had, have you had one that you hated?
I didn't really care for the roofing part that I did, and that was kind of a summer type deal that I did over a couple summers. Nothing like being 90 degrees and being on a roof using a pitchfork to take off the shingling, and that's what my job was. But at that age, it's like it paid pretty decent, and it was what it was. And I think about that now, and I'm like, there's no way I'd fall off the roof. But that was not fun. But you had to do what you had to do,
Welcome in, Twitch Destro. Welcome in. You got a little bit of time, so feel free to elaborate, or you can skip the question. It's solely up to you. But what is one of your favorite memories?
One of my favorite. There's a lot of them, a lot of good memories. There's a lot of good memories. One really good memory was when we had my daughter. And I'm not going to get into the religious too in depth, but when we had my daughter Natalie baptized, I reaffirmated my life with Christ, and my wife made profession of faith, and that was a very important day for me, I guess, and for my wife. Doing that at the same time, we got our daughter baptized, and that's something that like I'll never forget, you know. Um, but that, and I would say shooting my son shooting his first turkey with me when we both double shot our turkeys the very first time he ever went hunting. When I took him is a memory I'll never forget as well. So I'd say those are two real important memories.
So you both got one. It was a double.
Yep, yep. We actually had two come in, and he laid his out. Mine took off flying, and I took it out of the air, actually, Gizmo. And yeah, we were done just like that, and the excitement in his voice, and the fist. I have video of it. The fist pumping and jumping out of the blind. So I relate it to my first time I ever went with my dad, and then I relate it to that, and it's something that, you know, plays a special place.
That is pretty cool. That
It is. But
Thank
just
you
like the
for
question,
your honesty and actually getting in deep and letting people know the real Pat. I do appreciate that. Who is, and remember, Pat, any question I ask, if you do not want to answer it, because different people have different privacy levels on Twitch, so I totally understand. So if you do not want to answer something, just give me a holler. It's totally fine.
Yeah, no problem.
Who has had the biggest influence on you in your life?
I'd say probably my dad, honestly, when it comes down to it. My dad is a very soft-spoken, godly person, and he's so old school. But he, you know, the way that he raised me, and you know, and my sisters, and you know, my mom too. Just he's like that silent guy that when he needs to say something, he'll say something, and when he gets to that point, you need to hear it. But he's soft spoken enough where the sense of respect for who he is enough that makes me try to be a better man. Maybe be probably a good way to put it. But if I ever wanted to go with him, if I ever wanted to go to anybody about anything, he would be there.
so important.
What, Gizmo?
So important
Mhm.
having that role model.
So let's elaborate on it. Let's really get people to get to know you and what's your earliest memory of him?
Man, digging in the archives here.
I'm trying. You think everybody just wants the same old questions? Hey, who do you network with? Where do you go and talk to people?
Start to go back to like remembering stuff. You know, you see a lot of pictures, you know, that kind of brings back some memories, but like the boat rides when I was real younger, he always used to take us on boat rides. And even if it wasn't fishing, it was just going for boat rides and stuff like that because he always wanted to make sure we were outside. You know, he couldn't stand us inside. You know, in fact, anytime we tried to play a video game, I had half an hour and it was getting disconnected and it was getting put away. You know, he wanted us to be outside. And you know, going back to, I just tried to think way back, you know, when I was with him the first time I shot my duck, the couple times I went with before when I was younger, when I couldn't hunt, you know, a lot of those were like stepping stones to like something that I enjoy, that is my passion for hunting. That's where it started. So to me, a lot of that stuff I can remember, you know, a lot as well. So
I'm sorry, Palmer. I skipped that question earlier and you asked it again. I don't want to ask Pat because I don't want him to drop chow and show you what he's wearing. We do have Twitch terms of service here.
boxer
I
briefs.
don't want him just dropping chow in the middle of the stream. Welcome in, Deadly Beauty. Welcome in. Welcome in.
I have a follow up for Pat there based on his answer.
Yes, go ahead.
And I know how some of this is going to go, but how did required to be outside influence your life overall? Being forced to go outside and do things and get off video games and stuff. How did that influence your life as you see it now where you're at?
Well, it kept me. I guess the good thing is, and I mean, I had my days in my lower to mid 20s where I partied. I mean, about everybody went through a stage. Yeah, but I still got outside. I still hunted. I still fished. I went with him trapping. All that sort of stuff. But I think from him doing that, that pushed me to the way I am now. That I want to be outside. You know what I mean? I want to go for boat rides and want to do that sort of stuff. And now I can display that to my kids, and my kids are becoming the same way. You know what I mean? And now they're kind of following in the same footsteps. And yes, I do gaming and all that sort of stuff, but I'm kind of in the same boat before, like Gizmo said, when it gets into the fall. My streaming schedule does change, and hunting and being outside will always be the I say like the passion, I guess, my passion hobby, and even more so now that I can have both of my sons involved too. So
Do you feel like,
Good answer.
because I know it did, do you feel like being outdoors and involved in hunting and fishing kept you out of trouble during your youth?
Yep.
Because you got home early because you had to get up at 3:30, 4 a.m.
Yep.
To leave to go to the hunt spot?
definitely did. And I think my dad knew that too, getting me into it. The more and more he introduces me to that sort of stuff in the outdoors, even if for some reason I didn't want to necessarily become a hunter, say I want to become a hiker or a outdoor enthusiast or whatever, he knew that, I wouldn't be involved in probably worse stuff that I could get involved with. I'd probably get involved with the right crowd of guys, the right people to hang out with. And I do. I've got a lot of long-term relationships with buddies that they're all hunters, every single one of them, and they're all really good guys. So I think that kind of definitely played a factor, in the future and being able to do that. And that's why I give both my sons the option. I say, if you want to play soccer, if you want to play baseball, whatever, you let us know, and we will be behind you 100%, because they're getting at that age, But the other thing you have to keep in mind is that schedule conflicts with hunting. You know what I mean? Like they go with each other. It's a lot of Saturday mornings that kind of, so you tell me the option, and they say, we want to go hunting. Okay. So that's fine. And I have a hard time saying and forcing them to play sports, because sports are good, but there's a very, very good chance they're not going to get you to where a professional level is. You know what I mean? But there's so many good memories and good quality memories that could be made in the outdoors, hunting and fishing and stuff like that, that it's hard to not say, yes, I want you to, I agree. I want you to do that, or force them to play sports, I guess.
That does make a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next topic of questions. And these are just kind of, let's say, common questions, but kind of personal questions. Not real deep questions, but still kind of common personal questions. What are some of the things that you've had to overcome in life?
Obviously, the leg brace deal was, but I don't remember that really because I was so young. Had lower back surgery twice. That was not fun. I actually had a really bad infection in my lower back, and then it came back again, so I had to have double surgeries on that. That was never fun. I was really close to my grandpa. Well, I was close to all my, grandpas, but my grandpa, well, they called him Dutch. It's my mom's dad. I was really close to him, and I was with him when he passed, and that was tough. because he was a big inspiration for me too, in a very, very big pusher of my future and making me hit my goals and put me on the right track, and stuff like that. So that was a tough time. And he was very close to my wife and at that time, our two kids. So
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah.
What are some of Fear the Beard and Pat's accomplishments? I asked for IRL and streaming. What are some of both of your accomplishments?
like best, I missed the beginning of that, like best accomplishments per
Yeah,
se,
your biggest accomplishments.
biggest accomplishments. Um, and I would say in real life, it'd probably be starting a family. Um, that's a big major step and a big major life change. From that standpoint, starting a family. I mean, and the streaming side of it, I would say, man, I would say probably maybe the thing. The best moment with streaming. Obviously getting joined up with Crazy Crew and then Taco Truck soon after that was a big accomplishment for me because it kind of took my stream more to the next level from kind of a plateau standpoint for a while. And I would say that was kind of a turning point then because of how much support I seen from so many people through that networking side of it.
Well, let's go ahead and get into that. Let's go off the category topic and tell us how you felt the day you got invited to Crazy Crew. Tell us about the day you got invited to Taco Truck. How did you feel? Did you do anything special? Did you contact anybody and share the news? How was your experience?
Well, and I always had known Kiwi, Crazy Kiwi, and some of the other Taco Truck members and stuff, or not Crazy Crew members, sorry, for quite a while. I mean, they actually, a fair amount of them go back even into like the New to New days and stuff like that a little bit. And they were always real, supportive, popping in my stream, from the beginning, hanging out. Kiwi was one of those guys, if I ever had any questions, he was always willing to answer. There were several other members too that, even when I wasn't part of the crew, hey, I'm coming up to 500 followers, we should have a flyer, deal or something like that. Oh, I can make a flyer for you, we'll promote you on social media, this and that, and they were always real supportive people. And at that time, I didn't really know much about the Taco Truck, in my first, I would say probably 6 months of streaming. I didn't really know much about it. And the thing that kind of hurt in that standpoint is Johnny would pop into my streams, and he'd pop in quite often. And I remember when he first came in, I'm like, it's just one of those names. You're like, Johnny the Taco, and you're like, who is that? Just kind of random because I'm so used to seeing the same people all the time. And all of a sudden,
Thanks
this
for
is
the
way
tier
back at the
one
beginning of my stream. It's like, who is this guy?
TBT_D_cool.
Well, I had no idea what networking really was, so I wouldn't really pop back in his stream. So I really wasn't supporting him at all. And sorry, I didn't mean to change the subject there, but that's kind of how I knew Johnny from that standpoint, because he'd pop into my streams quite often. And then one day I thought, I had a couple my moderators and stuff like that. You should join the crew, and you should do it. I think it'd be good for you. And I talked to Kiwi, and I want to have a discussion about it. What it all entails. Am I fit for it? This and that, and everything seemed to line up. And I thought, hey, these are a bunch of good guys and girls that are trying to help people get to affiliate, reach their goals, and help push their streams, promote events, help people. I don't, everything they tend to do is positive. And so I thought, let's do it. So I talked to Kiwi. He's like, you could do it, dude. He says, definitely. He says, you're in. So if you want in, you're in. So that was happy, moving forward then. But that also became a little more legwork, you know what I mean? Because now all of a sudden it's like, okay, so we got to focus on, doing this and trying to learn, and do this and that. And I caught on to it, caught on to how, how it works and popping in streams and showing support to other streamers and things like that. And then after a while, and I can't remember who I talked to, but all of a sudden I started noticing more and more people just pop up in my chat as viewers, whether, you click and you see who's watching your stream, I mean, every streamer does it. You kind of watching, I'm like, who is this dude? Who is this? Who is this person? And a lot of these were taco truck people. And I'm like, I've never seen these people before. I'm like, well, all of a sudden they're popping up. And I'm like, who are these? So I'm like, well, I'm going to go pop in their stream and see who this is, and that's kind of how I met Palmer, and I've known Palmer for, I think it's between 8 and 9 months now, and then all of a sudden Palmer popped in, hey, how's it going? Kind of introducing, got to start talking to Palmer and everything, and then kind of start popping in his stream. And then, it kind of, the pieces kind of go together. And then I watched kind of my viewership kind of go up and in a lot of these different people. And eventually I started popping into Johnny's streams and, a lot of different, kind of just went from there. And I actually contacted Johnny about it because I thought about it for a little while. And I'm like, I talked to Kiwi and I'm like, hey, I just don't want to cross any toes or anything, with having different groups. Because I didn't know, I mean, like, I didn't know, like, if you're, Taco, SB, and you're doing these different groups, like, is that frowned upon or is that good? And he's like, oh, no, dude. He says, the more power to you, man. That's totally awesome. I'm like, all right, cool. So I actually contacted Johnny. And it's funny the way that he worded it, because he said, months ago, I would say you're not a good fit. And that was the time when he was popping in my stream and I was not showing any return support to him. But he says, but as of the last little bit, what you've been doing, you fit perfectly. And so that he allowed me into the taco truck. So, and yeah, then it took off from there. And then my network kind of expanded to a wide variety of more streamers and getting to know more people. And man, met a lot of great people. But, with my life as busy as it is, like I explained, that I can only go so far. That's the only thing. Like it, I can only go so far with the allotted time that I have. That's the only thing that bothers me sometimes is I wish I had the ability to do more, but there's just only so much I can do,
For sure. I mean, there is some people that sit on their PC 20 hours a day, then there's other people that have families and a full-time job. It's perfectly understandable. Do you have any regrets in life?
Oh. Regrets.
I mean, you don't have to,
Yeah.
talk about
It's-
the weekend in the Philippines. Totally understand.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
like,
and
as a,
Oh, sure.
you know.
Regrets. Man. That's one of those I'd have to think about, you know what I mean? I'd have to really, think about that from standpoint. If anything, I would say probably not spending as much time with family when I was younger. You know what I mean? When you kind of get at that age where you're kind of rambunctious in your mid-20s and, partying and doing all that sort of stuff that, I think that maybe I should have focused a little bit more, I'd go in the right direction at that standpoint. But I can't say I have any major regrets, from that standpoint. So, but
I think a lot of us regret that little stage we run through, especially us guys.
Now, Palmer actually says, Fear the Beer, that your biggest regret is playing Fortnite with him.
That is a big regret.
that's not down the list a little bit, but that is in the back of my mind. Yep.
I cannot
100%.
believe Automod picked up Fletcher. Is the Felcher? What is Felcher?
Freda Felcher from Cranston.
Oh, okay. Why did it mod that? Oh, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Mr. French Tickler.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's ask a couple more little common personal
TBG _decoy just dropped 10 tier 1 subs and has
Decoy,
gifted 10.
Thank you so much for
Thank
the
you so
10
much for
tier
supporting
1
the stream and
subs.
my
Thank you
family.
so
Oh,
much.
that's John Cedar. He's a good buddy of mine going way back.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Cedar.
I can't thank you enough. Felching is a slang sexual thing still. It's trashy stream. Everything goes. Automod shouldn't be picking nothing up. All right. So being October, you just bought into the business, all that kind of stuff. What is Pat's? How do you define success? Are you what? Were you successful before that? Is that what made you successful? What defines success to you?
In the you're talking like in the business standpoint or work standpoint?
In life altogether, however you
life.
want to go with it.
Successful. I think that success is measured by moving forward and going upwards. You know what I mean? That not like in a flat line. If you feel that what you're doing, the older you get, there's a lot of things as you get older that go down, but it's you feel like you.
Is that a sexual slang or no?
No,
Automod should have caught that.
but
Automod should have caught that.
success to me is that you're moving forward and you're looking back, and there's always going to be stuff that you regret doing and stuff like that, but the past is the past. As long as you're moving forward and you see yourself succeeding, you know what I mean, and maybe getting out of bad habits and getting past those and moving forward and advancing, whether it's in your work, making a family, raising a family properly, you know what I mean? As long as you're moving forward like that, I feel like you're successful.
I agree 100% with that. But this interview ain't about me.
Well, so kind of a follow-up on that, and you may have this trashy in there, but
no, go ahead. So
moving forward, what are your life goals? I mean, where do you want to get, as far as maybe retirement? Is there a retirement place you want to go? I may already know the answer to that, but and you can even put this in a spin-off on your streaming goals, moving forward.
I obviously I've got a lot of work involved, or a lot of work ahead of me. We and I try to tell people, just because I'm a business owner doesn't mean it just wrapped up in money. We're a paycheck to paycheck family. Having a wife that doesn't work and 4 kids at home definitely is tough, and with the initial investment, buying the place and everything that need to be done, it's a lot of money. So, that eventually will get better, as, further down the road as we succeed. And right now we're succeeding extravagantly more than what we were because the numbers have only gone up, which is good. But down the road, I'd love to retire by 65. But that's going to be difficult because here I am 42 with a daughter that's 1. So you start to put that up to when she's there, we'll see where that's at. You know what I mean? That may be pushing a little bit longer. But, I know we're looking short term when the housing market here gets better, because right now it's absolutely out of control. We'd love to get a place that's more in the country. I need a pole barn. I have too much shit between hunting and UTV and boat. There's just, it's ridiculous. So we'd love to get more in the country, and find something when the timing is right, when the housing market becomes normal again. And that would probably be, that could be the next 5 to 8 years. So that could be that house that we're in to retirement, or until we go to, a smaller place or condo or something like that. But Essentially a dreaming philosophy is we get old enough and our kids get old enough and we bust out of here and we move to South Dakota, because my wife is kind of on the same line with me where she'd love to be in an area, you know, kind of a cool area like that, or up north further in Michigan or something. But streaming goal wise, Gizmo, I right now, and I've been thinking a lot about this lately, and you know, and I bounce stuff off Palmer and different people and stuff, and we chit chat about things in life, and I'm kind of leaving my goals right now wide open. I'm kind of leaving them wide open. Like, I'm a competitive person, and it's been my whole life. It's terrible, and I'm watching my oldest son go through it, and I'm just like, he's going to be just like his dad, and I'm competitive, and it's not competitive to like, this streamer has better numbers, I should have better numbers. It's not that. It's more competitive to the game I'm playing and feeling bad that I can't win that 3v1 or 4v1, or getting upset that I can't, you know, accomplish this, or try to get this goal and I can't hit it. It's more like just that's the sort of competitiveness, and I've got to work through that, and sometimes that can be kind of tough to deal with. And I've learned that if I set my goals lower, or just kind of just say, let's just roll with it and just have fun and let's just go where it goes. You know, like the reason I started streaming was to have fun, and just enjoy it and meet people and have a good time. Where now I do look at it more like that income I make, which is not a lot, you know, compared to most streamers, it's probably not a lot. That is used, nothing to do, I haven't upgraded any equipment since I got my PC here a while ago. Like it's basically for my kids' food and for Eli's medical bills. That's pretty much what it's used for month to month, you know. So now it gets to the point where it's like I do I'm going to get that set amount because it does help them and helps me, you know, from that standpoint. So, but I want to have fun with it, you know. I don't really have any set goals for the future of Fear the Beard TTV, but I just want to have fun and provide, you know, a fun environment for people to come to, and hope that we can just keep moving on the right path and get bigger and bigger, slower, but you know what I mean? Whatever speed it goes at. So I guess that's kind of the approach I'm going.
What I got from that is you're in more competition with yourself than other streamers around you.
Yep.
Everybody
More
else is going
competition
to
with
grow
myself.
when they grow, but you have an eye on you. You very competitive with yourself. You want to grow as a gamer. You want to grow as a streamer, and you're heavily competitive with yourself.
Yep. Sometimes I put too much weight on myself, you know, and I just got to just say, you know what, just chill, you know, it's fine, you know, just move forward and just chill and realize that you're doing this to have fun. And when I do that, I can focus and I can have a lot of fun. And I think in any situation, you know, and there's different categories of streamers, you know, you've got your really good gameplay streamers that are constantly focused and really into it. Then you've got your entertainers, and then you've got your just fun content creators. And I think that I've got to focus more on let's have fun. Let's have a fun content creator. People in the community enjoy the streamer when he's having fun. When he's having fun, having a good time, laughing, and can talk back and forth, shit. They like that sort of stuff. So I just got to focus more on being that natural person that I am, you know, and having fun. So
My question to you is, feel free, like I told you earlier, if you don't want to, it's all good. Did you want to touch base on Eli and kind of explain what's going on there to the people in the chat so they understand more?
Yeah, I can. I've got my oldest son, and then I've got my next son, who's going to be 8 here in a month, and he was diagnosed with autoimmune disease called panuveitis. Is actually what it's called, in his left eye. So basically, they thought he had pink eye, because he had pink eye like 4 times in 2 months, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Whoa, something ain't right here." So that was the diagnosis, because his eye kept kind of swelling up and stuff like that. So he got put on steroids, for a while, max steroids, and that worked. But like anything, you can't have a kid on max steroids for a long period of time. It's not healthy. So they took him off that, put him on Humira. So as you know, Humira is, for one, it's extremely expensive because there is no secondary supplier. It's Humira, and they put him on that with methotrexate, and that cleared up. That actually helped him out a lot about 2 months into it when the Humira kicked in. But I mean, they basically said his vision is like 33, 33, 33. Could get 33%, chance of it getting worse, staying the same, or get better. There's no definite answer there. And so then it came down to every time we'd get good news, we would get bad news. It's like, well, his eye is getting better, but his vision is getting worse. And it's like, well, what does that even mean? Like how, they would explain it and stuff like that, the different things that can happen. And so then they wanted to up his Humira to double. So basically once a week. And Priority Health said, nah, that's $18,000 a month. And Priority Health is like, no, that's not happening. The hospital even met with Priority Health people, like some of the high up people, to talk about it. And they said, nope, we're not doing it. So now they dropped Humira and they put him on infusions every 6 weeks. So he just went for like a 3-hour infusion here a week and a half ago, which is his first one, which went great. So now we're looking, next appointment for him to see. We're crossing our fingers that we can keep things stable or progressing down the road with an infusion, because that methotrexate, I guess, is on back order now, and there's not enough being supplied where we can get any. So now they're doing the infusions every 6 weeks, and we're hoping that gets him on the right track. So we've had a lot of medical doctor appointments and specialists and pro here, and my wife flying here and there and here and there in the last 6 months. It's been crazy. So, but
I totally understand that. I actually am on Humira myself, and I know as somebody that has a kid on Humira, and they literally had to get legally separated just so she could get the state to pay, because she couldn't get no insurance company to pay for him to get the treatments that he needed. It's really a mess. Those whole situations are so messed up.
agreed. That's a whole different topic, but yes.
Yes, it is. Well, what's the most important lesson you learned in life?
Most important lesson I learned in life, I would honestly probably say to, and I don't mean to get religious, but to worship God.
Hey, you can feel free to get religious on my channel.
Okay. Okay.
I just don't debate religion or debate politics. When people start doing
Perfect.
that's when they get timed out or we push it to the side. But I feel
Sure.
everybody needs to express themselves. We are all different and we all have different beliefs. So feel free
Yep.
to
Oh, okay.
elaborate on anything that you want.
Yep.
It's an open forum. My question to you: do you feel people can change?
Yes. I do feel people can change. And I do believe in forgiveness as well.
Gizmo, you got any common? What was the last question? Do you feel people can change? What's the last question. One before that, what was the most important lessons you've learned in life? Do you have any common questions that you want to ask Gizmo before I kind of get Pat into the deep waters here? We've let him wade in the little kiddie pool enough. We're gonna push him into the deep end here soon.
I thought that was the deep end.
Right? It was the transition. It was on the slope. We wanted to see if you could hold your feet.
Well, the personal questions do get into the deep end, so to speak. Into the personal end.
Yeah,
Of course,
yeah.
I don't know what your list of questions is, Trashy.
Nobody does. I change them every stream. I
So
literally
I'm not
change them
sure.
every stream.
I'm not sure if we're going from the 5-foot section to where our heads above water to the 15-foot section where the diving boards are at. But no, I think we covered a lot of Fear the Beard's personal life, at this point,
Mhm.
and a couple of things that I didn't know.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like as a friend, I've learned even a lot more.
yeah, I think you're good to move
All right.
forward.
So we're gonna go. We're not gonna put the water over his head, but we're gonna go a foot at a time. We're gonna kind of keep pushing him down towards the deep end. What motivates you, Pat?
Oh, I would say opening my eyes in the morning, waking up in the morning, knowing that it's another day. That makes sense.
Yeah. 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 It actually does make sense. There's some people that are naturally motivated and just the challenge of the day motivates them. There's some people that have to do a couple goals in order to feel good about themselves, and then they feel like they can do more goals, like making a bed, just simple things. So I personally do understand that people are naturally motivated. What challenges you?
Just me. I would say well, being a good dad, being a good role model, for my family. I think that's a challenge. I mean, obviously your job, you've got challenges a lot in your job, like any job, but your family obviously is more important than your job. So I think in that situation, being a good role model and keeping my head on straight, you know what I mean, and being a good example for my family, I think is probably what best answer in that situation.
How do you define happiness?
I would say when you can look back and realize everybody can think of dumb things they've done. I mean, obviously nobody's perfect. So when you can look back at a lot of the dumb things that you've done in life and the bad decisions that you have made in regards to a lot of different things that could have been, and you could say, you know what? I corrected all that stuff and I grew up and that stuff all is in the past and things are moving forward. I think that's probably the way that I would look at it.
Good answer. Really good answer. I actually really, really like that one a lot. What is the trait that you most deplore in yourself?
Explain deplore like don't like.
You feel it expresses strong disapproval. Like we deplore, say, an act of violence. Is there a trait that you wish you didn't have that you could deplore?
I'd say the competitive side of it.
Okay.
The competitive side of because that can lead to me getting upset, at myself and stuff like that, which that trait is just kind of an annoying trait that, that I have to deal with. So
hold on one second. I am going to write this down. I am going to rewrite that question. The analytical side of me sometimes pops out. Sorry, everyone. How do you define love?
The pool's getting deeper.
It's getting deeper. You guys just hold on a second, Pat. Before you answer this, I want everybody to know that I am trying to create an atmosphere where it's not your normal networking and supporting podcast. It's not come on and watch a dating show. It's not come on and listen to a bunch of guys cut up. I want to create an atmosphere where us on Twitch can start to get to know people. When we come into the stream, I want to ask Pat how Eli's doing. You know what I'm saying? I want to go into Gizmo's stream and ask him how is the garage building doing. I want to create an atmosphere in a networking and supporting community where we actually start connecting with each other. Even if it's 1 or 2 people a week that we're getting to know more, it's going to be beneficial to what we can get on Twitch. And that's kind of what I'm really just striving to do here. But I have told all my guests that they can feel free to skip any question that they want to at any point in time because people's privacy levels are at a different level. If you just came in, this is Fear the Beard TTV. Everybody calls him Pat. In the center is K9 Gizmo. And we're interviewing Pat to get to know Pat as a person, as a human being, as a streamer. We just get into the habit of being a streamer and expecting people to come into our stream every time we stream and don't even think about the fact of people having 9 kids or they work 16 hours a day in their job. And I just want us all to really get to know each other, get to know the different networking communities, because there's people out there that I may know that you may know, or I may ask Pat next week to give me a volunteer of somebody I don't know and let me bring them on the show so I can get to know them and my community can get to know them. So that's kind of what we're trying to create here. And I hope I gave you enough time to think of an answer, Pat.
Yeah. I've just never been asked that before, so it's kind of like, okay, well,
It's kind
how
of
do you
a hard
define love?
question for a guy. It is a really
I would say
hard
define
question.
love like when you're so passionate about something that it's always going to be there in your mind, I guess would probably be the best idea. Define love where you're so passionate about something that it's always going to be there in your mind. I think that's probably the best way I can explain it.
Yes. Somebody asked me that question a couple days ago, and I just thought it was like a killer question for the podcast. And I replied, when you want to scream it from the rooftops, whether it's your love for religion, you want to scream it from the rooftops. If it's a wife, you want everybody to know, everybody. Love is a sacrifice. Many times love gets wrapped up with feeling. Yes, very, very true, Destro. Very true. How would you describe yourself both physically and emotionally right now at this stage in your life?
Well, I probably need to lose about 30 pounds from the physical aspect. I feel like I'm probably a decent athletic build, but I've got a dad bod from the physical side of it. So not a lot of people know, and I'll touch base on this real quick, but a little over 4 years ago, I was like 285, right in there. And I went crazy and I went to 212 pounds in 6 months with hard work and dedication and doing everything all naturally. Like from a size 40 waist to a size 34 in 6 months. And that's why what Deaf Dealer was kind of explaining what he was explaining, you know, and some of the stuff he was doing right away. I'm thinking like, oh, if he needs help, I'd love to explain to him what I did. But that was a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication. And basically one day I said, you know what, this shit's got to stop. And from then on, I worked hard and I went to the point where people said, you don't look right. You need to put on weight. So,
okay.
you know, like, you know, and even my trainer told me the same thing. He said, hey, he says, you got to bulk up now. You know, like you've lost plenty of weight. It's time to bulk up. And I bulked up. The problem is that I got sick of brown rice and all the healthy foods that I'm just like, you know what? I need to have a freaking Butterfinger and I need to have this. Well, then the next thing you know, you put back 35, 40 pounds on, you know, and here I sit. So that's one of my goals is I got to I gotta get into that. When all of a sudden I have like a thought of like the shit needs to change, I'll change it. It's like I just got to get to that point though, where it's all of a sudden boom, and I'll put my mind to it, and it's happening. So I'd say that's probably where I'm at physically. Emotionally, I would say I feel like I'm pretty set where I'm at. I mean, I'm a pretty emotional person on certain things. But I know when to give someone a hug. I know when to give someone, help if I can. And if I need help, I'm the type person that's willing to reach out, So I think emotionally, I think I'm doing pretty decent in that standpoint. So, but
So I'm not pushing no boundaries with the questions right now. You're totally cool with it.
no, I'm cool. But I do need to get a refill on my cocktail. Can I do that in a minute?
Let's take a little break. Everybody take a bathroom break. Everybody go do their thing, and we'll come back in about 2 minutes. Say. Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
I take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you hit the spot.
Thank you for the Tier 1 resub. You have been subbed for 11 long months of subscribing to Extreme Gaming.
Take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you hit the spot.
Thank you for the Tier 1 resub. You have been subbed for 7 long months of subscribing. Splash
Cash, thank you for
8868.
subscribing for another month, 7 months in a row. Thank you. Thank you. We're not done. Is there any questions that chat wants to ask me that have to do with the podcast? If you have constructive criticism, feel free to reach out to me. Everything is accepted. But yes, like Sunshine put the announcement up. If you have questions, feel free to ask in the channel points. There is a channel point, 25. If you watch for freaking 10 minutes, you have 25 channel points, so you are good. Dude, that was funny. Fear the Beard. That was funny. Twisted Steel and none but sex appeal.
I just seen
Are
that.
you
That
going to
freaking
do
death
this
stroke.
once a week moving forward? No, this is what my stream's going to be for a little bit. I want everybody to know, okay? I went into people's streams when I was networking and supporting, and people called me a Fortnite streamer. I switched to podcasts, and people called me this podcast streamer. Then I went to Marbles, and people called me a Marble streamer. You do not know what you are going to get with Trashy Tastic when you come in here. Scheduled events will be the scheduled events. But I have a couple big things around the corner, but my regular streams will be homies, networking and supporting, getting to know people on a whole new level. I just really want I want the networking and supporting community and people that wonder about us. We're not just we're just not all about going into somebody's stream and pulling up. We're gonna start getting to know people. We're gonna be able to tell people if they ask where Johnny the Taco's been for the last week. We're gonna be like, he's in Greece. He's going on a on his it's year from when he got married. He's going to Greece to spend time with his wife, or Fear the Beard is taking care of some medical stuff with his son, so he's not going to be around for 4 days. I want people to be more on a personal level versus just pulling up on people. Oh, Johnny's in your basement? That's pretty cool, Sunshine. No, you're fine, Fox Tribal. I took a little break myself too. I did a lot of soul searching and thinking and trying to figure out what I wanted to do on Twitch and how I wanted to do it. And you know what? Having people on my stream with me is what I want to do. I will play games and stuff. I am going to do some streaming on other platforms here and there. I will play games, but for the most part, I want to focus on people growing, connecting people, doing everything I can in my power to help everybody as a whole. And there's no other way that I can do it than to do things like this. Now, I got 4 questions for you, Pat. They're going to be the same question, but they're gonna relate to a different topic. So the first one is, what is the most important qualities of a good friend to you?
I would say trust.
Mhm. That's a good one, but I think you just answered the next one. We're going to go with trust on that one. So you have to answer a different answer for every one of these then, because I know this would have been your answer for the second one. What is the most important qualities of a good partner? Tell me that wasn't your answer.
Yeah, probably. I could probably go with loyalty, maybe from that standpoint.
Okay.
Loyalty.
Yeah. What is the most important quality in a good parent? And I can't count. There are 5 questions.
I would say being a good example.
Good answer. Good
Positive
answer.
example.
What is the most important quality in being a good leader?
That would have went my last answer too. I would say good leader. Trying to think of like the right word, I guess, per se. I would say the same thing. I mean, a good example, or positivity, positive influence, maybe. Positive influence.
There is no right or wrong answer. So, being an American, we have a worldwide audience here on Twitch. Being in America, what do you think is the most important quality for somebody to be a citizen?
I would say that they
Of a good citizen, not just to be a citizen, a good citizen.
love their country.
Good answer. Good answer. What? Do you have any on those little brief questions there, Gizmo? You got any follow up there? You've been quiet for a little bit, so I gotta pull you in.
Well, no, I was confused by the last question. So was the question about the U.S. as a country or about the Twitch community with the worldwide platform? I was thinking 2 different things in my head, so I wasn't clear on the question. So maybe someone else in chat wasn't clear on that last question.
Yeah, I was saying, like, from somebody on the outside world looking in, what does Pat feel makes a good citizen?
So citizen of the United States.
Right, citizen of the
Okay,
United
okay.
States.
Okay.
What do you think makes a good life, Pat?
Makes a good life. Success, succeeding, I would say.
Okay, and what are you defining as succeeding?
I would say defines a good life. I'm trying to think of the right way to word it. Sometimes it's hard for me to think that. Say it again, Trashy, if you don't mind.
What do you
To the
think? Keen, go ahead and do the channel point redemption. It's 25 channel points. That way your question don't get lost in the chat. Where was it? What do you think makes a good life?
Well, and he said success, and I before Keen even did that, I was asking Pat based on his answer how he defines success. I mean, what
Oh, okay, yeah,
with
yeah,
his
yeah.
answer, what is
Knowing
what
that
is
you've
success?
moved forward, knowing that you've moved forward, you've made progress, over your lifespan that you've been alive, that you've moved forward and you've made progress from that standpoint. And I think with making progress also brings, how to say this, like more positivity towards saying you've had a good life, I guess, from that standpoint. I don't know. It's hard for me to explain it exactly, but
No, I think it's self-explanatory. I think you did well. How do you measure that success, though? How do you personally measure it to make sure you're going up and not going in the red? Whether it's family, whether it's career, whether it's streaming. What are
Yep.
life tools or things that you do to measure that?
Personally, I think trying to be a positive influence, whether it's on your kids, whether it's within I help people all day at work, positive influence as far as simple things like, helping people do different things when they need help. I also think praying, is personal, from that standpoint, praying, having a relationship with God in my personal experience is important. And being able to look to him for answers as well and guidance from a personal experience. But I think that all that stuff kind of goes together in your positivity then kind of shows throughout the community per se, or the people you're around, and they see you as being a positive person or a happy person or that sort of stuff. And I think that also helps with having, you feel like you've had a successful life and you're headed in the right direction. If that makes sense.
This makes sense, which it actually pushes us on to the next question. What is your idea of perfect happiness? The lottery and off the grid, hiding out
The
with your
pool
wife
happiness
under the covers.
is getting deeper. I'm about ready to throw him a throwable type 4.
Right?
PFD.
Personal happiness, I would say, when you can look around you and feel like what you've done has been keep saying positive, but has been an influence on those, like a positive influence of those close to you. That would probably be my best answer there. That's a hard one to say. But yeah, I think that's probably the best answer that I have.
I'm disappointed. There was nothing about smoked cheese in that answer.
Yeah,
There-
there was not. There was not. I mean, I was
think it's
thinking like Sundays hiding underneath the covers with the wifey eating smoked cheese. You know,
yeah,
because that's all we do when we hide under the covers is eat smoked cheese.
real. I mean, yeah, it's, but I mean, realistically, yes. I mean, if you were to look at like what you would hope, in the future would be that, I could be in a country home with my kids, walking out to go hunting every morning in the property we have, and stuff like that. But I think from a realistic level of like, happiness like that, it's, getting, when you have positive things that come into your mind and you look at things as a whole in the current situation, you feel positive about that. I don't know.
I feel that, I mean, people look frown upon people saying it, but the lottery. Because I know
Yeah,
my
yeah.
health issues would be taken care of. My son's health issues would be taken care of. This society we live in is built around money, and money don't
Yeah,
buy
yeah.
happiness. But gosh darn it, I'm going to be pretty happy looking for it, like, I'll write check after check. I mean, Keen,
I'd love
thank you
to-
for the Bullets fan
yeah.
check-in. Keen, I did not even know that you were a Bullets fan.
And I know exactly what you mean, and that makes perfect sense, with like the lottery. But I guess I don't think about that because I've worked hard my whole life, and I've worked my whole life, and I know I'm going to be working for a lot longer. So I've worked hard for what I have. So it's like one of those where I'm used to doing that, and I'm okay with that, and I'm content with that. So, like, I'd love to have all the extra money. Don't get me wrong, but I guess if I rephrase it a little bit, Trash, I'd say that I hope that the business I bought is succeeding enough down the road that me and my family can have a happy retirement.
That absolutely makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. All right. I'm going to go easy on you now.
Okay.
Let's talk about us. How did we become friends?
Well, I would say it was more through networking than anything. As far as popping in different streams and in same streams that we had, mutual friends and stuff like that. And then it kind of took off from there. And if I remember right, I'm pretty sure when I first started watching you was kind of at roughly the beginning stages of me getting into marbles. And that's when you were starting to run marbles, and it kind of intrigued me like, hey, this is kind of cool. This guy's got a beard and stuff. He seems pretty legit,
Any of you use a positive projection dream board? I don't know what that is. So no for me. I don't know what that is.
I do not. I know what it is, but I do not.
I have a dry erase board behind me that I have goals on.
Well, that's on a little bit of the same line,
Okay.
Trashy.
I have a dry erase board split in half. It's goals on one half and it's gratitude list on the other. You got to make a gratitude list every day, Gotta have your gratitude list in order to achieve your goals. Let me do a dual question on this one. What do you think makes our friendship special, and what do you think your friendship? What makes your friendship with Gizmo special?
Well, I think we share a lot of the same interests, Trashy. We share a lot of the same interests, whether it's with the outdoors. So I know you like the outdoors. I like the outdoors. There's a lot to talk about and that sort of stuff. We like to, we enjoy the same sort of games and the gaming part of it from there. And I think that we share the same passion with, networking and getting to know people and that sort of stuff too. And I think that all kind of blends together as a good friendship. And I think the same with Gizmo too, and what a lot of people don't know is I was going to become a game warden. That was my dream, to become a game warden. That was going to be my job. I was going to go to Ferris State University, and I was going to go there for criminal justice law enforcement. and I backed out of it about 3 weeks before. And I decided I wasn't going to do the college thing, but that was my lifelong goal to be that. So I look up to a lot of people that do it, and I'm actually friends with a lot of local COs and work with them and stuff like that too. And so I respect Gizmo a lot for that, and I feel like his love for the outdoors and everything that he does too has a lot in common as well. And I think that between all three of us, we're all, I just say this, positive, fun people. And I think when you are surrounded with positive, fun people, you blend together really well. And I think relationships blend together when your personalities are similar. And I feel like all three of us are real similar like that.
Yeah, and he just made me mark off one of my notes. What would be your dream job? Since he only had 4 of them, and now he made me mark it. He made me mark it off. He just answered it.
What do you think is the biggest challenge the three of us have faced together?
Oh,
I can't
biggest
think of this one.
challenge. Well, I think we all have, life responsibilities for ourselves and our families, in responsibilities that we have to attend to. And so I think that sometimes maybe because of that, we don't communicate as much, maybe at times, because there's different things that we have to focus on that IRL away from, per se, like online and streaming stuff and things like that. But I don't think there's anything there that's really like to mention, like, more than just normal little small things like that, per se, in my opinion.
Did you want to feed off
Sunshine
that
and Molson. Sunshine and Molson both have great answers.
audio issues and
The
Marvel
audio
Murder?
issues.
Do you want to feed off of that, Gizmo?
No, I think
Oh,
it's
Molson.
all right. So you think about the last 6 to 8 months for all 3 of us, and not that it affected. Well, and I don't want to say it didn't affect, you or you, but there's been some in real life stuff happen to all of us within the last 6 or 8 months. And since we have become friends in that aspect, when Trashy's hurting because of whatever, it's like, "Dang on, this is happening." Of course, obviously the garage fire for me, but so we've all in the last 6, 8, 10 months have had some in real life changes, some positive, some negative, but so I think that's, I guess, what I would go with there.
It's all normal, stuff you're going to go through. But the most important thing is that we've all stayed in contact the whole time,
Yeah.
And I think that's where, it's important.
It is very, very important. And that's what, like I said, that's what I want. I was going to make it the networking and supporting week, but I don't even really want to get into the supporting because I feel like only 50% of the people out there understand the networking side. The going out and meeting people, the going out, networking is not just getting somebody's schedule, throwing up a tab, and then you ain't talked to them for 6 months. I felt bad when I had my head problems and I had to be in and out of the doctors and I was transitioning off of a heavy streaming schedule and I never got to chat with anybody. I had a few special homies that I was in their stream and I felt comfortable and the anxieties weren't high and I could kind of hang out and chit chat. But I didn't feel like I was networking. I didn't feel like I was going out meeting a new person, finding more out about a person, getting to know that person. I felt like I lost the luster of the networking and supporting. Anybody can throw up a tab and move along. Anybody can do it. And I think the networking part is what makes it so wholesome and so much fun, where you can get to know people. You can, some people use the word friend fluently. I do have quite a few friends on Twitch, and I would call them friends, and I would go and meet them in person. There's other people that are fellow streamers, but I've personally interacted with people and really got to know some people, and I think that's what it's about. Kadir, welcome in, welcome in. Des Clark, welcome in. Figsy, I love you to death. Networking is the only way to get anywhere with streaming. Yeah. We're actually going to get into networking here for a little bit. I've structured these where they're more about the person, but we do want to get the person's opinion on how they network and things they do. So we are going to be getting into that now. We are running a little bit later than last night because Pat did get on a little bit later, but he said he's cool with it. So we're just kind of rolling with it tonight. But that's a very broad statement to say that's the only way you're going to get anywhere in life, because there are professional star streamers that are great with a mic and camera and great with a game and have 10,000 people watching them. They're just, the timing was right.
Yeah.
The atmosphere was right, and they blossomed like no tomorrow. So to say that it's the only way, I kind of, is broad to me, because some people do sit in their stream and wait for people to show up, and they do. But for us small streamers, I do think networking is the only way to go. We are not Ninja or Tifu. We're not Ninja or
Well,
Tifu.
and I agree.
I mean, I look
at,
as good as Cypher BK, but you don't have to tell him that, okay? What, Gizmo?
well, I was going to say, because I really like these. I always thought Palmer, when he was doing the streamer of the week, they should have been longer, an hour or more for questions like this. So you really get to know the person that you're networking with. Granted, all three of us know each other pretty darn well, for the most part, even though none of us have met in real life yet. But
It's coming.
Mm-hmm.
it's coming. Yeah. But I think I just really like the line of questioning, because in all honesty, we haven't talked about streaming hardly at all at this point in this. I mean, it's come up.
I mean,
but
honestly speaking, we could go to Pat's stream and learn about his streaming.
Right.
Right. I mean, I could sit in Pat's stream for 5 streams at 4 hours at a pop, and I could tell how Fear to Beard's success goes. I could tell what Fear to Beard's mission objective is. We all figure that out. We don't have time when we're playing What the Dub to talk about ourselves or what our passions are or what our dreams are. I mean, we never get to know that about people. Your brother thought you were taking too much time. Palmer, I decided to go outside the box. You know me, I'm always coming up with a grandiose idea, and if it don't work, I'll scratch it and try something else. And just so anybody knows, or everybody knows, I did schedule the first 2 people that I know really well. That's why I chose Steph Dealer and Fear the Beard, because I know them so well. I could find out the time limit for the podcast, what questions were better to ask and which ones I should scratch, and really work on my anxiety, because I haven't done them in so long that I wanted people around me that I know, So tomorrow I do know Doofy Games, but I don't know personal Doofy. Bullets Girl. I know Bullets Girl, but I don't know personal Bullets Girl. I don't know Bullet Fan. So that's kind of the direction that I'm going, is just getting to know people. Let's get to know people. But on that note, Fear the Beard. What do you think makes a good networker?
I think, and I've been doing it for a little while, but I am kind of fairly newer to it too, from that standpoint, from the networking side of it. But I think the biggest thing that I look at is when you can actively have a small conversation and be able to do that in, quite a few different streams. I think that just even how to explain this as a networker, you can only do so much, and that's the biggest thing. When I first started getting into it, I was way too broad. Like, you can only do so much with the time you have, and everybody's time frame is different. You know what I mean? And understanding that as well. And I think being successful at networking is being able to be where you can be, and you're able to potentially give some attention to that stream on and off. Maybe you have to tab them. Maybe you can just simply talk and lurk at the same time, and be able to kind of browse it and stuff. But being able to be in as many as you can be where it's not too much stress on you, I guess, is the best way to do. You can't overdo it, because if you overdo it, it almost then becomes a negative. Like if you minimize a little bit more to the people that you see often in your streams, or you see maybe often in other streams that do pop in your streams, you know the names, and you could try to be there for them, and they're the same people that be there for you. I think you focus a little bit more on those relationships, even if it's a little bit less, because if you make it too broad, now it works against you, in my opinion, because you can't, you know what I mean? You're taking on too much.
You're saying watch the signs before you become too overwhelmed.
Exactly. Yep. You overwhelm it, and I think it has a negative effect. Yep.
So what do you touched on it earlier, and I really wanted to talk about it, but I held off a little bit because I really wanted to discuss it. You went to Crazy Kiwi because you are part of the Crazy Crew networking community. You went to him about the taco truck.
Yep.
What do you think of people that are in multiple networking communities? Do you feel it's asking themselves to get overwhelmed? How do you manage to network and support in two different communities? Because there's people with 5 or 6, like.
Yep. I think that's where you can control. I guess when you look at the responsibilities before, and if you feel like you can control that, and you feel like you can make that work, I think, why not? Why not try to make it work? But the thing is like I told myself, like, and Kiwi told me that too, he said, hey, man, if you ever feel like you're overwhelmed, or you ever feel like it's just too much, just let me know, dude. Just let me know. You can gladly just kind of chill and take a break, as needed. If you need to leave, you need to leave. We're all love, we're all support there, no matter what you decide to do. If that ever were to come down to it, where it was just too much. But I feel like, that's in the streamers, in their thought process first, or it should be. Like, if I feel like I could take on more, I'm going to definitely do that. But if you feel like you can't, then don't do it. Don't push yourself too far,
And now, so everybody's aware, Crazy Crew is smaller than what the taco truck is. It's what are we looking at number wise? Is it what, 30s? 40s?
I think we're right around the, like high 30s,
Okay.
right around that, high 30s. So it's in a lot of what, the Crazy Crew does is we help people get certain goals, help them get affiliate, from that standpoint, whether it's, going and chatting, helping somebody get views, sharing their stream to social media to try to get some people to go check out their streams from there, or trying to get certain goals. If a person is, 900 some followers. They've been there for a while. Let's try to get them to 1,000. Let's try to help promote their stream a little bit, different things like that to try to help them get there, or even events and different stuff that you're going to have and promoting and doing that sort of stuff. That's what a lot of the Crazy Crew is about, and I feel like they all do a fantastic job at that sort of stuff. And I think with the taco truck, what I really liked about that is so much. I had so much support from them and views from them in just random people pulling up to my stream when I didn't even know who they were at first. And starting to come in and tell me taco truck love, and I'm like, I appreciate it, and I got to go in and check them out, and I try to check out as many of those streamers that I can that do pop in from there. But I feel like the taco truck, it broadens a lot more different people that I've met, and I want to be in their streams. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be in their streams. I'm not trying to look at it like to benefit me, but I want to have relationships with some of those people too, because they all seem like great people. They've shown me support. I want to show them support back. You know what I mean? So, but I think taco truck, there's a lot of good people on there that are doing the same exact thing as the crew, and I think that's why I want to be a member with all them too. So
tell us a little bit about the Crazy Crew. Like, is it a Discord community, or is it just a group of you that communicate with each other? What is the Crazy Crew networking and supporting community?
we have a large, basically Facebook messaging group that's all active, that we're all on. And that's probably the biggest communication that we use is through that, and then also through like social medias. Like, we have different Crazy Crew through Facebook and different stuff like that, where we do a lot of our different I would just say like advertising or networking or sharing posts and stuff like that. But a lot of like the communication within the group is through a large messaging group on Facebook.
So if somebody wanted to, say, become an affiliate,
Yep.
and they wanted to divulge into the networking community, they can just look you guys up and communicate with you guys, and as long as they're showing up for you, you guys are going to be there for them? Or do they have to be a Crazy Crew member?
Oh, no, they definitely don't have to be. And that could be where the whole like what you say, if someone pops up into a stream as a new follower, are you a streamer per se, and you kind of feel about, and Q will do that, and I'll do that at times too, when I remember, I guess, per se. But and that's where you can feel it out. People will reach out sometimes too, and they might send a message to anybody that knows there's someone in the Crazy Crew, like, I'd help, this, or can you give me more information? Can you help me with this? So that's pretty common too. But it's more through, I think, through the actual streams where people will, maybe they have a goal or they know, and they'll reach out and will share the different Crazy Crew information on different streams and everything. So people go to the site and they'll see the information on them and stuff like that too. But, like you said, we are a smaller group, so we're not as broad as, some groups where there's, hundreds and hundreds out there where, everybody knows either. So, but
No, that's very good. Very, very good.
Crazy Crew will make
Explanation
you
of it.
shave. Crazy Crew will make you shave your mustache that has not been shaved for 30 plus years. So you got to watch out.
Okay, so let me ask this. Because when I co-founded Dynasty, the board wanted to vote to have everybody have Dynasty in front of their name. And I see that your Epic name does, but your Twitch name doesn't. That's kind of something we decided as a esports team, that people's brand was their brand, and that was a smooth transition, them letting you keep your branded name on Twitch, and you had to change your Epic, or is everything by a choice? Or
I was given the choice, and Kay actually, Roki's mom made a good point to give advice on how to become affiliate. I didn't realize, but I didn't put that aspect in there too. Thanks
Okay.
for
No,
mentioning that
that's
too. But
huge. That's huge.
they I know Kiwi's done a lot for help guiding people on how to do it in that sort of stuff too. So, um, but I think that let's wait on. What was the last part again? That trashy. Sorry, my brain is all over the place here.
Oh, you're fine. I just asked if it was voluntary, if it was
Oh yeah, yeah. With the so
communication thing, and then people.
Huey kind of gave me the option. He says, I'm totally fine with you keeping, the Fear the Beard, TTV, because that's what you had. He didn't say I had to change anything. If I wanted to keep it that way, that's fine. And I told him that I would like to change my Epic to having the crazy in there because I feel like, that I want to show that crazy crew, show part of it at least, from that standpoint. So that's where kind of I put that as my Epic name there, but I didn't have to do that. I guess that wasn't like a requirement. So
Yeah, I asked that because there's people like me that I'll be part of organizations, but I don't want anybody. I don't want my Twitch brand associated with something.
Thanks for the
else.
raid, Dragon underscore
Yeah.
lit 3,
Thank
and
you,
welcome you
Dragon
one
Lit
lovely
3.
people.
Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I am Trashy Tastic. We're doing a little podcast here with Fear the Beard. We're finishing up here soon, but we're touching on some networking topics now. We got to know him earlier, but thank you for the raid, Dragon. I just feel that I had a team tell me I had to display the stream emblem on my stream all the time, and I went back and forth in a message of I don't need my stream regulated. I don't want me to be influenced by somebody else's dumb decisions. I have no problem bringing it out. I have no problem saying I'm part of your stream team or your networking team or your, say it's a Fortnite gang or it's a Marbles gang. You know what I'm saying? I just don't feel I should. If I'm doing a podcast like this, I don't want my screen with 5 different organizations telling me I have to have stuff on my screen, or if I'm doing a function, I don't feel like I should have to have it on. That's why I asked that. There's people out there like that. And I'm not saying a crazy crew would do that. I was just asking how they did.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. No, there's no requirement from that standpoint at all. It just it's one of those where I'd love to have, even though we're smaller, I'd love to have that on my page where the people that may know, but they don't know my name, they see Fear the Beard TTV, they don't necessarily know because I don't have it in there. But if I have it on there and they want to reach me out, be like, oh, you remember the Crazy Crew, or I want to reach out to you about something, or I have a question, or, or something like that. I'd love to be able to have that there in case that, was needed at any given time. So it's the same thing, taco truck too,
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a form of advertising. If a organization does well, then it makes you look better, and if there's problems, it can make you look worse. It's realistically what it boils down to. Why don't you share with us what your Crazy Crew name is?
So my epic name is Crazy Bilf. It was actually Crazy Thick Bilf, but someone reported me online, so I had to remove that, and I put Crazy Bilf.
And what does Crazy Bilf stand for?
It stands for beard I like to fondle.
Okay. I mean, myself, I'd rather fornicate it, but we can go with fondle. Too funny. I laughed the first time I seen it. I really did.
It was.
I've actually changed it a few times, so it's just kind of just changed it to a funny name.
So why does it keep going blank for a second? What the hell is going on? It's going like gray on the screen for you guys' cameras. It's so weird. So what, let me ask, when we're talking about networking and supporting, what challenges have you faced in pursuing networking and supporting to grow your channel?
Um, I would say growing my channel from it. Challenges.
I never had.
I guess wanting
Well,
to.
you have to help me find it. Yes, you do. Maybe.
I'm trying to think.
I'm leaving my Xbox on.
You're saying supporting my channel from
Just
networking.
out there networking and supporting. What kind of
Yeah.
challenges have you faced in
That.
doing
I would
it, or
in doing it.
challenges in trying to grow your channel?
I would
or.
say either or. I would say being being active in as many streams as I can,
I'm pretty sure.
but the
now
challenge is work. Is my biggest thing. Is I want to be there more to talk to people during when I'm working, but there's just only so much I can do while I'm at work. You get what I mean? Like I want to be able to chat with people more and stuff like that. Because the thing that sticks in my head sometimes, and this is just, every streamer can relate. You think about different things, whether it's relevant at all or not. It's hard to say, but I think to myself like, if I can't be there for this streamer during the day that I want to, when I stream at night, is that streamer going to be there? You know what I mean? Like, not every streamer understands, like, there's only so much I could do at work, but later on when I stream at night, when maybe that particular person I can't be there for a lot during the day because I'm busy at work, are they going to pop in my stream later when they're able to do that, or are they going to be like, well, they weren't able to Pat wasn't able to be in my stream much, so I'm not going to go really hang out with him much. Even though there's nothing I could do about that, that's stuff that still sits in my brain, you know what I mean? And it bothers me that, like, I'd love to be able to be there more during the day when I can, but it's not always that easy, and I'm talking more from the standpoint of, I try so hard not to just tab somebody and not be able to try to talk with them for a little bit at least. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want to just so, okay, we'll pull up this streamer, this, and I'll just leave my view up there, but I'm not going to ever say anything. Like I want to try to at least pop in and chat with them a little bit and periodically throughout the day be able to do that. And I guess that's kind of what I'm working on trying to do more too. And I've been doing more of that probably the last few weeks. And I've noticed some more people popping in my streams more. And that makes me happy because not necessarily was able to chat a lot in their stream because I was at work, but they were willing to take the time and start popping in my stream at night and stuff like that. That was cool to see. So that's what I'm trying to focus on, is being able to try to spend some more time to actually chat with people and have conversations with them more from that standpoint. So,
And I think personally I can relate to that today. I was in quite a few streams today of people in Europe and stuff. And I know right now and for the unforeseeable future, I'm streaming at 6 p.m. It's midnight for all of them. But these are people that I want to get to know. We may be in each other's streams more in the future, but it's the fact that I told them I want to go check them out, and I honestly can say that I want to go and check them out. Like if they show up tonight, tomorrow night, the next night, probably not. They're probably sleeping. By the time the stream even got rolling, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's a weekday. They're going to be at work, But the fact that I want to meet new people, like, I don't know what the fascination is I have on Twitch of meeting new people, but I absolutely, that's like my favorite part of networking, is just going out to meet the new people. So I really liked your answer. I really liked that.
And the other thing that gets harder with it too, and this is just natural, it's just natural, is more and more people stream. And, and my community is also involved with a lot of other communities. We're all, involved in, don't get me wrong, I love new streamers. I think it's great, but the more and more that start adding within that certain area, the more and more that spreads out and gives more potential networking, you know what I mean? And so, you've got to kind of learn a balance there of what you can handle, like you word it, what are your kind of closer homies, but then be able to expand, and support those different streamers that pop in your chat, like, hey, I'm new, or I'm this so-so, or I'm, I want to check it out, and you want to, build off that and stuff too. You know what I mean?
This is going to be the fire question right here. And this goes off of what you just brought out. So do you think there's more emotion in networking and supporting? Or do you feel you have to remove all emotion?
I personally think that there is more emotion when networking and supporting. Yep. I really do.
Yeah, and well, he redeemed it this time. Never mind, Trashy. He redeemed
I
the
was
challenge.
gonna read it. I was reading.
Yeah,
it
I
right
wrote
now.
it down.
Oh, okay. That's a good question.
But-
So you feel there's more emotion in it? Okay. Okay.
With
What's that?
I was gonna say with it's there's definitely more emotion with it, but I feel like with anything that's harder work, you know what I mean? Like anything where you involve more of your time in effort and harder work, it's gonna essentially get that way,
Mm-hmm. And I mean, what do you think of all the different kinds of networking communities out there? So if you're meeting somebody and you're trying to network and support with them, how do you distinguish if they have like-minded networking mindset? Like, say, for example, I walk into a chat and the chat is nothing but, I followed you, I followed you, I followed you, yep, I followed you back, I followed you back. I'm over here thinking, this isn't my kind of supporting community. I'm not really a follow for follow guy. But there are many different levels. So what do you do to decide who is on a networking who is on the same mindset as you? That's what I'm looking for. How are you on the same? How do you find out if somebody's networking the same way as you and have the same mindset?
That well, obviously, is sometimes if people are popping in chat, you can obviously mention, are you a streamer, that sort of stuff. They might say something, if that topic comes up while they're there in your chat. If I'm going out to like look myself per se, a lot of it can be paying attention to the different comments in chat, like you said, how this discussion is going, or the particular streamer that's streaming. You can always tell, or they, well, we need to get this person shouted out. Get this shout out. Are you a streamer? You can tell the vibe that they might give by reading people, and that's all I've done with my job the last 20 something years is reading people and talking to people and all that sort of stuff. So I feel like I've got a pretty good understanding when it comes to kind of just the vibe of the person, you know what I mean? And kind of being able to tell like, hey, I could maybe connect with this person or maybe I can't, per se.
Good answer, actually. That's a really good answer.
Yeah, that was good. I didn't even take notes on that. There's no follow-up question.
There's no follow-up question. There's no follow-up question. What do you think sets you apart from others in the networking and supporting communities?
Well, obviously the beard stroke.
Okay.
And jugs.
It's broken.
Yeah, and the jugs there. I think those are probably the obvious. I think that I try to have a positive whenever I go into people's chats or whenever I'm chatting with people in people's chats. I try to be positive. I try to be as positive as I can. I'm more of a positive focused person, I feel like, and I think that positivity shows and positivity kind of spreads good throughout people. And when you're in, someone else's chat and you're talking to them and you're having fun or making people laugh, I think that positivity shows that people see that. And because of that, they're like, you know what, I want to go hop back over and go take a visit, go talk to that Fear the Beard person, or go chit chat with them or something like that. And I think that within the stream and how we stream, a lot of the streaming we laugh a fair about, we have a good time. Now with the new challenges that Trashy redeems and stuff, and I get these challenges, I think that those aspects kind of make it fun. So hopefully those people that you talk to that are coming into your chat are wanting to be like, oh, these guys are having fun and stuff like that. And I think that kind of all blends together, I guess, and helps.
So, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
What I got from that is what you're saying is you got to network and support to meet people and bring them in your stream, but it's up to you to keep them in your stream.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, exactly. I mean, and it's the biggest thing is like you can go out and meet people and talk to these people and stuff like that. But, when you show up in their chat and you're a positive person and you're willing to, engage in some conversation and have this, I think that a lot of times they're going to come back in your chat. You know what I mean? And when you're giving them a good positive reason to come into your chat, and that's where now they get in there, you can engage with them there, and that starts to build things from there. And I think that the way you put it was about perfect there, but it's all in just that, trying to be as, positive and engaging with them where, you can make that connection. But
Well, on that point, so you're out networking and you go into a new streamer and you're trying to meet them because they popped up. Let's say they popped up in your chat or they were shouted out in another chat on another stream, whatever. You go into someone's chat and you comment, hey, how's it going? How's the stream? Or whatever, something to that effect. How long do you stay there without the answer?
without any sort of a response,
Yes, yeah, they have not even responded your existence that they've showed up in stream. How long do you
I
stay there?
sometimes I'll base it a little on the game. Because I know sometimes it can be difficult right away, depending on the game, to be able to interact right away in chat. But if there's a moment where they're going through it and they don't recognize you, because it pops up as a new chatter per se, and they don't recognize you or say anything, I maybe will give it 10 minutes tops right in there, depending on what game and that's where you kind of look at the situation, where, if they don't have that right setup to where they can comment to you, depending on how fast chat is going, all that sort of stuff too. But I usually don't pop into a lot of chats where there's just a crap ton of people either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and my example, at least in my mind, my question was a chat where there's 6 people
Yeah.
and you're the last one to chat in 22 minutes if you have the
Yeah.
time stamp on
Yeah, I see what you mean. I guess I kind of go by what, like, in that situation, what I feel, I guess, is the right way to do it. I guess it's hard for me to answer that exactly. Some I might stick around a little bit more. Sometimes I'll be like, I'm going to bump out. You know what I mean? Especially if they're reading comments around mine and they're not saying anything. I mean, eventually I'm going to bump out from that situation. But that's a hard one to answer because it's like I have to be in the situation and then kind of judge it on how I want to handle it.
I agree.
100%.
I agree. It's a situational base.
Because I had to send a whisper, another one, I just didn't come back because the person was reading all the people that were subbed. But if you didn't have a sub, they weren't reading it. So I left. The other one, they just acted like a YouTube streamer. But then once I kind of read their stuff about them, I kind of found out that they're a fairly newer streamer. So I sent him a whisper and said, hey, I do this, this, and this. And if you're interested, we could work together. And if you need any help with anything, I could help with it. Oh, thank you for the help. And then I got with the person, and they literally thought they were supposed to stream and chat talks to each other. They didn't even know that they were supposed to interact with the chat. You know what I'm saying, per se.
Wow.
And that was from them coming from YouTube and watching so many YouTube streamers. They didn't understand that people on Twitch have that mentality. I'm there to hang out with you. I want you to interact with me. I want you to reply to me. So I think that we have to keep in mind and not take a really quick judgment. So I do like with what Pat said of really just analyzing the situation. The situation is key. Because if we're judgmental, hell, we might as well not go to 50, 60, 80, 90% of the streams we go to if we're going to be judgmental.
Yep, exactly.
And
I mean, there's, obviously different things you can go by too. Like, I don't like excessive cussing, that sort of stuff. I mean, there's different things too where it's like, whoa, this is not for me. And nothing against, maybe the dude is generally a good person, but just not that.
just not my type. I don't like excessive drinking streams. I haven't drank in almost 20 years. I don't want to see somebody get plastered. I don't like to go to streams that they use excessive N-word. I don't care if you're using it positive. I think it's a negative word, and you're making it okay to say, and it's not okay to say whether it's good or it's bad. And I just feel people, that's something that I believe in, And so we do pick the streams. Not everybody's going to like your stream when they come in. Just because they're saying they're a networker and supporter does not mean that they're going to like your stream when they come in. So that to the fact of what we were talking earlier, I do have some tabbers that have tabbed me up for 9-10 months now and never really chatted in my stream, but I just figure I'm not their style, or maybe I'm streaming while they're at work. I just respect the fact that they're going to be there. I don't try to force them to talk. I don't call them out. I just let them do their thing. You're going to do your thing. What's your most productive time, Pat? Whether it's streaming, life, anything, networking, support. Let's keep it on networking and supporting. What is your favorite? What is your most productive time?
As far as to do it, I would say probably, well, on the nights that I'm not streaming, I'll do it, that's probably when I'm the most productive from that standpoint. The nights that I'm not streaming, where I can be on my PC here. But I feel like I'm productive at work too with what I can get done, depending on the workload and stuff like that too, because there's a lot of good, streamers I like to pop in throughout the day and stuff and hang out with them while I can as well. So I feel like I can be productive, during the day as well. So I think it's kind of just dependent how the actual day is going, That's the thing with work is it can be like, I can't, the phone is off the hook. I can't do anything. There's no way to communicate to, all right, well, this day, yes, we still have cars and work to do, but I don't necessarily have as much on my plate because they're bigger jobs. The phone isn't ringing as much, but the guys are busy. So I have more time to network, and actually talk to people and stuff like that. So.
Okay. So how do you manage the distractions? Whether it's me asking you to come on the podcast or somebody contacting you about some drama that's going on, whether it's in a stream team or it's in your chat, or if your mods want to talk about the stream, or how do you manage the networking and supporting when you have distractions, not to mention gameplay with your friends? Because all of us streamers play games. We play games with our friends when we're not streaming. How do you deal with all them distractions outside of networking and supporting and still do your IRL, deal with these distractions that are coming in, and still network and support?
Because I'm a hell of a multitasker.
Oh, okay.
I if you knew how much stuff like over the 20 years that I'm doing at once, you know, between this and this and knowing how to multitask, I think it's just learning that I'm overwhelmed quite often and kind of learning a balance of how to try to, you know, learn when I could do it properly. You know what I mean? Because it's, you know, there's a lot of times that, you know, there's so much stuff. They say the average service advisor lasts 6 months before they quit. I've been doing it for 20 years. So it you learn to balance so many different things at once. And because of it, even if it's not for your job, I think you still learn to balance that with everything else that, you know, life has as well, you know?
Right, right.
Okay.
So on that note, let's go to the next question that I actually have. What is your favorite go-to tool? Because your technicians have their go-to tool when they're working on everything that they go to every time that it can be used, and that's what they love. What is your favorite networking tool that you try to go to help you grow your channel?
Um, well, I mean, I'll use obviously, you know, like Stream Elements as far as the different things that they have, where I can view, you know, what people, you know, points wise or, you know, activity wise, you know, that sort of stuff there. Other than that, in like, you know, through within obviously the different Twitch networks, you can go to, you know, like Taco Truck per se, you can go to obviously the Taco Truck link on your page and pull up a lot of different streamers within that. But as far as like looking up like stats per se, I guess the only thing that I've really
I'm not even
no.
saying stats. Like
Okay.
what tool do you use personally? You know, to get where you need to go.
Um, I guess I don't really. I guess I don't know how to really answer that. From that standpoint.
Because, like, honestly speaking, some people look at their viewership, and that's the only thing that dictates their growth.
Yeah.
Some people
Yeah.
look at statistics and stats. What is your tool that you go to figure out the growth of your channel? To see if your networking and supporting is working.
Is working.
Mhm.
I would say I more go honestly through like the Twitch recaps that we get and the Stream Elements recaps that I can look at and some of the different information that they have on there. That's probably the biggest thing that I look at from that standpoint. But I don't go into any like specific like in-depth tools or that sort of stuff necessarily, I guess, in use anything there from that standpoint. And I guess the reason that I don't necessarily do that is because I'm a competitive person. If I'm not seeing what I want to see, I don't want to get myself frustrated. I want to go back to I'm doing this to have fun and be happy. And I want to, yes, I want my channel to grow over time and all that sort of stuff, but I don't want to emphasize too much on that stuff because it could go more negative on me, I guess.
I actually put this question together just to give everybody a little background on it. Palmer Streaming the other day inspired me on this question because he was looking at it as like his numbers were stagnant. He hasn't really moved up in his numbers, but I'm more of a analytic numbers guy, and I looked at it as a whole year, and out of 365 days, his channel has grown 367%. So to me, 1% a day is pretty good growth. But in his mind, you see how I'm getting into the perspective thing? So
Yep.
I want to get other people's perspective of how they measure their growth. I mean, there's a lot of new people out there that don't even have a clue how to look at their growth. And I'm not saying my way's the right way. I'm not saying your way's the right way. But if I can learn what you learn and you can learn what I learn, I think
Yeah.
that we all can measure our growth a lot better. I think if we just learn from each other. Gizmo,
Oh, for sure.
it's that time for you to break out that notebook. What kind of notes have you made?
Well, no, this is a question. I keep on marking out stuff.
My bad. I'm
He's
sorry.
answered. No, he's answered a couple of these when it wasn't even the question. So, but no, this is one that I actually have just been waiting. It's a good opportunity to do it now because of we play games offline when we're not streaming. So, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Fear of the Beard, but you stream Fortnite, Marbles, you build tracks, Farming Simulator, Call of the Wild, Quiplash, What the Dub. I think the hunting game was Call of the Wild. But
Yep.
what is your forget about streaming. Forget about streaming. If you just want to kick back, relax, have fun, what is your go-to game? And it may not even be any of those that I mentioned. What's your go-to game just to chill or your favorite game, whatever? And there it can be multiple answers. A chill game,
Yep.
maybe something different than whatever.
I would honestly, I would say Fortnite. I'd really say Fortnite, and I'd emphasize on squads. I like being able to chit chat and talk and laugh and shoot the shit. Whether it's the guys playing at night or whether it's close friends with guys and girls, whether it's maybe people that pop that you don't play with that often. I'll play with just random people that might have popped in my stream a few times, and I played with them on one Sunday morning follower games, and and I don't see any of my buddies on, and I'll go hang out with them on a certain night. Applewood and a few of his buddies. I've been playing with them on and off a little bit here and there, and I like to get to meet people in that sort of stuff. And I feel like Fortnite, even though it pisses me off sometimes, like it's still the aspect of being able to play and you can play it chill too, being able to play it and talk amongst each other and stuff like that, I think is fun. When you get games like a farming simulator, it's the same repetitive thing all the time, like Fortnite changes and stuff. Like it's I can only do so much of it before like I kind of like get bored per se. And Marbles is all good, but realistically there's no, other than within chat and exclamation point play and kind of chat and maybe a little bit with a streamer, there's no real like, you know what I mean? You're not like squatted up on a Friday night hanging out and shooting the shit and talking and stuff like it's I don't know. I would probably have to say Fortnite, honestly, on that Gizmo.
Okay, since it is Fortnite.
To that question, I want to point this out, Pat, because I want you to have the knowledge I have. I want
Yeah.
you to have the word that I got from talking with Realist Rose. Because he was a Marble streamer when he became partner. It's called forced interaction. And that hits it right on the nose. You are playing a game that you're forcing people to interact. They're only there to interact with the game. When it's time, you're letting them know and you're forcing them to interact at that moment to get the game started. Other than that, they're not chatting. It's a forced interaction.
Yep.
Fortnite, people are coming in, they're chit-chatting, they're buddies, they're friends, they're chatting, they're cutting up. I was just chatting tonight. Palmer, Sunshine cutting up with each other the whole time. Marbles, you
Yep.
don't have that. Unless somebody has grown together over a long period of time. Forced interaction. Realist Rose hit it on the nose. It's forced interaction.
And next thing you know, you go above and beyond where you all of a sudden start to get to know this person by playing some Fortnite games away from stream and stuff like that. Next, you know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
all those interactions are positive, for your stream, the relationships you make, and even beyond that, if they're a streamer, you and their stream, all those are good. With marbles, I feel like it's a good chill game. Like I said, on Tuesday nights is a good chill game to just hang out, let's play some marbles. But to do that repetitively, after I watch some of these marble streamers, like getting 60 marbles down and talking to chat and asking them questions and this and that in between the match, and nobody replies to anything because everybody is like gone. You know what I mean? Or just doesn't care, and I'm just like, I don't know. It's kind of weird to me, in a way. I don't know.
Yep.
Just different vibe.
It's just
But-
different vibe. I think that since we're both Marvel streamers, we both do Fortnite, we both mix it up. I think that there are streamers out there, but I think their stream they've created a fun atmosphere, and their local leaderboard means more than what the global leaderboard means. The people competing in that stream, for whether it's clout or a giveaway, but they have more success focusing on a local leaderboard than they ever would focusing on the global leaderboard.
Yep.
So talk about that more. How was that for you being a full-time Marvel streamer and trying to grow your channel? What was that experience like? Because
well,
there's people that think
yeah.
that they do marbles and people are just going to come running in. So I think it's
Yeah,
really important that you talk about this.
Well, I think that with the marbles, it's one of those where you also you network within the marbles, and I think you notice a response as well. I felt like as I was networking, I was getting more and more people that were popping in, I seen you here, or popping in, and I seen you here. And, kind of like a prime example would be like Ice. Ice has been huge. He's everywhere. He gets into marbles, and look, the dude is getting really good numbers of marbles right out the bat because he was dropping in so many people's, streams all the time. And he does chat fairly often with streamers too, And I think he really, took off because of that. I think my experience was, and I was far from full time, but doing it obviously every stream, that when I did the overnight races on Saturday nights, you'd get a lot of followers. I mean, there was several streams where I'd get 40 something followers on an overnight race. I remember I jumped up 450 followers in almost like not even 2 months or something like that. It was crazy. But once you do your overnight race and then you stream afterwards, yeah, you get quite a few people that'll stick around and play marbles. It'll slowly tail off over time because, I think that there's so many established bigger marble streamers right now that people play with, and that's because of points, and because, that's where everybody's at. And I think that so many people adhere to those versus smaller people because like we talked before, Trashy, and in Gizmo too, we get 12, 13 marbles and first place won 19 points. So why would they want to play with me when they can go play with, whatever his face is over here? And if they would have got first there, they would have got 390. You know what I mean? What I seen was like a rapid growth at first, but then it slowly kind of tails down from there. And the thing with marbles is with your core community, they're there for whatever game you're going to play. With marbles, they're going to be there for marbles, but there's only going to be a handful that are going to be there when you play any other game because they're specifically there just for marbles. They're not there for the streamer. They're there for the marbles, and that plays a little toll on me because like I don't know, like I'm the opposite. I'm there for the person, for the streamer. You know, I'm not there for the game. So it just, and I know people are different from that aspect, and they want to drop their marbles, they want to grind, they want to get the points, but the growth of a small streamer nowadays in marbles is very tough. You know, it's very tough. And you've been doing it longer than me, and I'm sure you can concur with that. I mean, it's a different type of deal. Like you said, it's forced. It's a different type of deal. Now, one day a week to chill away from sometimes really sweaty Fortnite, I have fun just chill and sit back. And I feel like a lot of the community that comes and hangs out, and I'll get, you know, a few grinders that'll pop in and, hey, Pat, how's it going? And hang out and stuff. And I think with the track and the map building part of it, that I've come quite a ways with getting to meet more people there too, because of the maps and stuff like that, which has helped. But I think that the growth of marbles to get any sort of like big numbers and progression is way down the road, and it's a lot more than 3 days a week. It's you got to be there 5 days a week, 6 to 8 hour streams. And if you can't devote that kind of time, it's going to take you a long time to establish a big marbles community. But
I love that answer. Actually, I really loved it.
sorry, that was a lot of talking there. But
No, feel free. We're winding down. We're talking about just some serious experiences so people can learn from your experience. I want to talk about the other side of it, and not just marbles, all games. How does that affect the networking? Because you've had competitive friends. People competing in Fortnite tournaments that have to practice continuously. People trying to grind to get this high number of Gemron and marbles. These people in Apex that practice. How does being a competitive gamer affect the networking and supporting that you've seen across Twitch?
and that's part of the reason I went down to 1 day a week on marbles and don't play marbles as much, because it's allowed me to network more from my standpoint, I guess. But I think that if you're, and that's where I think it's kind of different, because if you're a very good competitive Fortnite player, you know what I mean? I think that naturally, when people start browsing around and stuff like that, they find your channel, they watch you for a few minutes, and you know, you're going to adhere to the other competitive people that are going to come in and, well, oh, this guy is real cracked. You've got your kind of competitive group that come in versus kind of your content creators per se that may not be as good, but the competitive people naturally get that audience to watch them, and they maybe don't necessarily have to do as much networking because they're really skilled at that. Almost like the basketball player that's naturally really good at basketball that gets paid more than the other person that's been doing it forever, but that's not as great, but he has natural talent for it. You know, and I think with the networking side of it, like for us that are just content creators in what we do, it takes more work for us to go out and be able to do that. But I think it's more rewarding in the end, just with the relationships that you have and everything like that from that standpoint, and you meet in the process. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It does. Gizmo? I was feeding off of your question, Gizmo. That's all I was doing.
Yeah, well,
That's all I was
I still have a question to come back to, but I am. So based on your answer there, how does it help if you only stream marbles one night a week, and this had to do with networking? You know, how does that help you? Based on your answer, it's running through my head, and you went into the competitiveness of Fortnite, and you were like me. You know, you started as Fortnite community, well, like both of us, You know,
Yeah.
all three of us started as, I think, Fortnite streamers. But how do you think only doing marbles one night a week helps? Because we have actually turned some of the Fortnite community into marblers that are
Yeah.
somewhat competitively marbling.
Yes, Raldo. Yes. Pat shares a streaming room with the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're so. I guess what I'm going at on that gizmo is that's going to help my networking because if I'm staying more specifically to marbles only, it's gonna make me want to try to network more into the marbles world to potentially grow my stream more geared towards marbles per se. You see what I mean? So it's
Yeah,
I'm gonna want to spend more time doing that versus I just have it that one night a week, chill with the community. Like you said, plenty of different people want to come in and just hang out. And I've had people tell that me before, like, I enjoy it. It's just chill. Now, do they want to play it all the time? Probably not. But I mean, they're, having that chill stream every now and then. Before it was Farming Simulator. Now it's Marbles. So I think, from that standpoint, it's fun, but I don't feel like I have to like over excessively try because like the couple seasons there when I was playing all marbles, I mean, I watched like my normal networking like during the day and stuff like that drop down because I was just grinding too much and trying to meet more marbles people and trying to, build more relationships when realistically, a lot of them are just going to come to your stream to drop your ball, drop their marble,
Right. Well, and that clarified it for me. And just FYI, 1 year and 4 months ago, in 20 something hours, the first stream I watched of yours was Farming Simulator.
Yeah.
And I loved Tuesday night Farming Simulator.
Yeah.
I loved it. But no, I did have another
Welcome
question.
to the stream, Night
and this
Majesty. We are a community
was
of supportive
5
people and would love
questions
for you
ago.
to introduce yourself
But
and let us
you
know
were
if you
talking
stream.
about
Streaming Night
playing
Majesty.
playing Fortnite, just chilling with the guys and gals and whatever. Did you ever play just because you are a squads player? Did you ever just go on and play random fills? And did you meet someone that you still play with today on random fills?
I used to actually do a fair amount of random fills, but this is going way back to like Xbox, like back to like console days, like way before pre-streaming. I don't think I have now. I will say through random fills in customs, I've met some people like New to New Customs. I've met some random fills through there that potentially are people that are still people that, I may play with now or talk with now from that standpoint, but I don't know if there's anybody that's been any random fills. I know I played with Nitro when he was just a little shit. Nitro Claps. I've been playing with him for a long time. In fact, you'd have to ask Steve permission to play with me. And Steve was always like, yeah, I don't care. That's fine. But I think that was a lot more was met through the Newt community, but a lot of people through his community I talk with now, but not as many, I guess, random fills through that goes. So
yeah.
I can remember, but
no, customs
pretty
is
cool.
a great way to meet new people. Customs,
There's so many people afraid to play customs though.
Well,
I mean,
and I
the
don't know why they
skill
are.
level, because the skill level is so separated and their anxieties are so high and they don't want to lose in front of people.
Yeah, but I don't know. My skill level, you guys have all seen me play.
Welcome in,
And gals.
Nitro and Street Trucker, by the way. Welcome in.
So, my skill level's bad, but I still get into customs because it's like what Fear the Beard was talking about, chilling, meet new people, from all four corners of the globe. You're meeting.
How do you
Meeting
meet
people.
new people? I've been in Johnny's Customs 3 or 4 times now, and I think I've played with you 9 times. Fortnite won't let me meet new people. They keep putting me with you and Johnny. I can't play with nobody new.
That was, well, I tell you what, this is what was funny is when he first started getting back to doing trios, I was partner with Ellie. Like, it was almost like we were, a team together, because it was like every Saturday we were partners 3 out of the 5 games. But yeah, but Customs is a great place
And
to meet people.
I want to bring it up as a different perspective of I've only played in Johnny's Customs 3 or 4 times. I've been in Johnny's stream every stream for the last year. I think I missed one. I missed a couple of his morning coffees with Johnny. But I'd rather sit in the stream and watch the Customs and watch people play and watch Johnny interact than actually be in the Customs. I could play with these people outside of it, but I really like the content and I like the interaction with the Customs. So from my point of view, I kind of like not playing the Customs and being in the stream more,
Well, and that's true, but for a streamer to run Customs, he's got to have people playing, or you don't have that content.
Before I hopped in was when numbers were low and, you had to add a couple people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the other side of it. I do. And I hate no builds too, but you all know that about me. You got anything else in the notebook, Gizmo?
Yeah, hold on. Let me go back.
We're gonna be finishing up here, guys, a little bit here. We're gonna actually let Pat pick the raid tonight because this was Pat's normal streaming night and he gave up his stream to be here tonight. So this is actually gonna be a Fear the Beard raid. So that was kind of a hint for Pat to kind of look around for somebody that he may want to go to.
Okay. All right.
He answered that one. So I got most of my notes marked out because it ended up getting covered at some point. I don't know if Palmer's question really ever got asked, but hold on.
I've seen where he had one question in regards to a tab question or something like that.
Well, no, there was one here. Do you find it difficult reaching new communities? Because I don't know if that was really ever asked quite like that.
Well, and that's where it's so time based. Because that's where it's like you gotta tread a little lightly, depending on how in depth you want to go. From that standpoint, I think that there's, the Twitch recommended from that standpoint, or the keywords or the tags or whatever like that. I think help a lot if you're trying to reach out and maybe try to meet some new people from that standpoint, depending on what their tags are and so on. As far as reaching out naturally, within your stream, I think it's real difficult because there's just so many freaking streamers out there. It's so hard, to stand out, I guess, from that standpoint. But I think that, if you're going out and looking, to possibly, get within, talking to some other communities, I think getting and recommended and just watching different people and, and trying to catch their vibe and stuff like that, and then kind of going from there, I think is probably the best way. But I think that it is definitely hard to do that if that's, what you're trying to do. I agree with Palmer too. I think that just has to do with so many streamers, but
makes sense.
But I think that we all kind of need, in regards to like what Palmer was saying the other night too. I think that there's so many different factors. I've talked to different people on, numbers and this and that and in fluctuations and stuff. And I think there's so many little things that go together that all kind of make sense on different stuff. And I think that realistically, you have to just kind of clear your mind of some of that and, understand that it's summer and, understand that, there's more and more streamers within close communities that may be popping up. Support them, but your numbers may drop a little bit. And that's okay because people are moving around and they're supporting different people, which is good. That's a good thing. But your numbers may drop a little bit because of that, and that's where I think you've got to do the brainstorming and try to meet some new people and try to get some new people that maybe want to come in and check your stream that would be within your community, not necessarily the streamer to streamer networking, but trying to build upon your community itself. But I think that the right time to do that is not necessarily now. I think once you get into fall and winter, when all of a sudden, it's proven a lot of the numbers go up because people are just chilling at home and inside, that's the time to really focus more on that, because I think you're going to have more results from that standpoint, and then just try to hold on to them longer throughout the year. But that's just kind of, I do a lot of thinking on that sort of stuff too, and there's just so many little things that pop up that all make sense,
I think that you really touching on that brings another point to light that a lot of people don't think about, is the fact that us as streamers, when somebody in our community doesn't stream, oh, you got to try it, you got to try it, you got to try it. Now we push all these non-streamers to be streamers that are in our communities, and then they don't realize that people like to be in their stream more than theirs. So you're the one that made them think it was a great idea. You're the one that pushed it. Don't be mad because people are in their stream instead of yours.
Yep.
I mean, it happens a lot.
Yep.
I mean, I'm in a lot of streams and I see a lot of people do that, and then they get upset about it. And
Yep.
don't encourage somebody to succeed and then be mad when they do better.
Yep, exactly.
Not a good idea. And that's to the fact of, like you said, you do have to bring new people in because the community gets smaller. People leave, people go. Maybe people are streaming more. Maybe IRL's tougher. It does make a lot of sense. A lot of sense.
And I'm going to say this, Trashy, you need to stock this pond because I have not caught a fish sitting on this dock this whole stream.
Yeah, I'm actually in that boat back there taking off from you guys right now. You see it in the back?
It's not enough.
And there's no fish in this lake. No fish.
All right.
I'm just taking a look here. I'm not trashy.
Yep, just take a look around, see what you got. To give everybody a heads up, we are doing this every day of the week, Monday through Thursday. From now on, I'm setting up next week's stuff right now. The plan is every Thursday is going to be kind of a networking, supporting community highlight. So we're going to spend 3 days really getting to know people. Then we're going to spend 1 day getting to know a community. And I want to kind of keep that going for a little bit and see how that goes and stay consistent with it. My question, would you all like to have Gizmo back on the stream again?
Absolutely.
That's a loaded question.
This is me the exact same way he became a mod. I just volunteered him.
I want to be in the reverse position, though.
Say no.
Can I be in the reverse position, though, that he's in, where I can ask him questions too, though?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I actually ended up with a couple questions for Trashy that I didn't ask, because there's going to have to be a Trashy stream where someone asks Trashy the questions. Trashy needs to be a guest on his own stream at some point with his own community.
Because I like to feed enough of two people. Me and Gizmo talked about it, and it is a lot easier. I know Gizmo's schedule don't allow him to be on all the time, but I would like to kind of bring him on when he's available and work with him a little bit. I like the cohesiveness that we have. I I like what he does, and I can work on not asking so many questions so fast, and work on getting other people's questions in there too. Because I kind of
No,
did.
I thought,
We kind of did rip him off there for a little bit.
well, no, this was fun, and like I say, I have listened to so many canine training podcasts, and that's just the regular podcast. And I always, the podcast I like the best is where there's two people, just, and usually there's the main host, so Trashy in this case, and the other person's taking some notes and just, and you may go back 15 or 20 minutes into the interview, but to expand on something. And it's just, I think it makes a more well-rounded thing.
Yes. So if we do this Gizmo, we will talk more, me and you, and I will actually start sending you the questions. We're not sending the guest questions because I love the absolute organic feel that we're getting. I think Pat knocked it out of the park. I think it was a freaking home run. He was afraid he wasn't going to be able to talk a whole bunch, but I don't think you had a problem at all, Pat. I think you
I'm
knocked
fine
it
just-
today.
Some of the in-depth questions are questions I don't normally answer. So like having that spur of the moment thinking how to describe it without sounding like an idiot, you know what I mean? Or blabbing out too much.
But this,
Yeah.
I would rather.
Yeah, Pat did a great job.
I would rather people blab on and cut the stream short than people feel like they're short on time and not be able to fully express what they want to say.
Yeah.
Because I think when we really start expressing as people use the word rant so fluently, but when we really talk passionately about something that we feel and are able to actually talk about it, people have a lot to learn from it. A lot.
Well, what is so neat about this is, there's a lot of people looking at who's in chat that are in Fear the Beard stream pretty constantly, and don't know him outside of streaming like some of us. But I learned things tonight, and I just think it's cool. I think it's, this is a neat idea, and Fear the Beard did really well answering not off the wall questions, but unscripted questions. He didn't know what was going to be asked, and that's what I like. I like that. They got to sit and contemplate it.
Yep.
It's an interview, so to speak, if you want to put it that way. You don't know what's coming. I like the format.
No, I do. I definitely thought it was well put together. 100%.
I appreciate that, you guys. I appreciate that. I did learn a lot from Fear the Beard because we both do a lot and we don't have much time. And we were trying to communicate and set it up, and there wasn't the communication there that was needed. And we both learned a lot from this, actually. We both learned a lot. We both did learn a lot. All right. What did you come up with, anybody? Oh, what's up, Gizmo?
I was just going to say, your next two guests for the rest of this week are going, oh my gosh, what are the questions going to be?
Yeah, exactly. What are we getting into?
Well, I didn't
If you're going to mix it up.
I don't think Pat got to be here for the whole Deaf Dealer one either to see really how crazy I got. I really want to be outside. You guys know me. I always come up with a grandiose idea. I want to be outside. I want to think outside the box,
Yeah.
That's just me. I want, it's either 100%, 110% or nothing at all. If we're not going to connect with people, then I don't want to waste my time doing it. Now lower those shoulders. What? No, lower those shoulders, guys. You did amazing. Oh, okay.
Are we supposed to rub the beards before we go?
Right. One good
Oh,
beard
boy.
stroke for the road. I
One
can't do
good
it
one.
like Fear the Beard does. He's like a professional.
He is. Well, he's got it down. He's done it.
I've
I've only done it
times.
750 times.
Look at his fingers going through it. Mine don't even go through. Mine just flips.
Well, mine go through, but I just got mine trimmed.
Rub that beard behind you, Fear the Beard. It looks like
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
smacking
yeah.
you with a pan, by the way, just so you know.
all at once. Someone's wanting a clip.
Oh no. Oh, we gotta do
It's
it again.
Figsy.
Figsy
All
wants a
Figsy,
clip.
all at
Okay.
once.
Let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh, he is doing my beard too. Yeah, you better got it. We're done. That's too
Oh my
funny.
gosh, that's
Too
funny.
Special
All right, well-
shout out to Fear the Beard, Pat's good friend Decoy for just doing the absolute huge gift bomb today. Appreciated that so much. I'm gonna send him a whisper. Thank him personally. I want to thank everybody for everything today. You guys have been absolutely fabulous.
I know who to send it off to, and it's someone that I know is trying to grow their channel a little bit and whatnot. And I've known her for a long time, but I think Minix,
Okay,
if you have her in there, look
I
for
actually,
Heather.
when I looked over and I was going to rate earlier, she has been talking about, you know, her growth and all that, and I absolutely think you just made one of the best choices possible right there. Agree with you 100%. Be Extreme, I did not even see that you resubscribed. I don't even think I told you earlier. Thank you for the resubscription. Splash, thank you for the resubscription. The gift bomb from Decoy, he actually subscribed to the channel too. Lots of check-ins, guys. Remember, hit your check-ins, flaunt that stream team you're on. If you want me to add one into the channel points, please send me a whisper. I mainly did it because they're trying a new thing in Bullets Fam where people check into the stream, then they can be shouted out because they've been in people's streams, and we can cycle through the actual people that come into the Discord and link dump. I think it's an absolute fabulous idea. I will talk about it more on Thursday with Bullets Girl, but some of the things that they're really doing over there to weed out fake supporters and link dumpers and stuff like that is absolutely fabulous. Thank you for using the channel points and interacting and asking questions with the stream. Docs, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for resubscribing. Doofy the biddies, the hype train earlier, you guys. Thank you for everything. Appreciate it so much. Any closing thoughts, Gizmo or Pat?
No, it's been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun.
Been a good time. I appreciate it, Trashy.
Tomorrow, you guys, will be Doofy Games. Anybody that's not familiar with Doofy Games, he is a comedian. He makes a lot of people laugh on his channel, but he is a relentless supporter. I want to get to know him more. That's the reason that I brought him on, and I figure everybody else can really get to know him too. All right, Loot Squad wants to check in. I see that. And he never invited me to be in the Loot Squad, but he wants me to do a check-in? Oh, man. I typed it wrong. I said the name. Hold on, I gotta go back to the other screen. I forgot how to do her name. I think I forgot the N, but I'm not sure. Okay. Sunshine did do the raid, right? All right. Okay, Trashy Fear the Beard raid. Dig it, dig it, dig it. Good job, Sunshine. Wow, I don't see it now. Fear the Beard. How do I spell it? M-I-N, right?
Minnix.
Oh,
Underscore
synonym.
PNG4. Yeah. All right, I got the raid started. Everybody, please copy and paste the raid messages. And let's go over there, please. Even if you're not going to stick around for the raid, at least show the love. Communicate with her. She wants to network and grow with you guys. So feel free to spend a whisper and come back to her stream later if you can't stick around. But just don't bounce, you know. All right, guys. Have a good night. Pat, Gizmo, thank you guys so much. Thank you. All right. I am going to get out of Discord here. Fun time. Fun time.
It was a fun
I had a
time. I
blast.
really enjoyed that a lot. I got an industry.
Yeah,